Uh, the webinar is related to the third International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And as you all know that the theme for this year's is the air we share, which suggests that how important is this for us and our lives and our health. And therefore, the theme of today's webinar, organized by National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, is related to air pollution and health issues. The audience for this national level webinar are all the program officers joining across the country who work for the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, and also officers from the non-communicable diseases program, and officers who work in the reproductive and child health programs. Also are some joining ASHA trainers and ASHA supervisors, considering that we will be addressing issues today related to how air pollution impacts non-communicable diseases, child health, and also how ground root workers can support addressing this program. Today we have a very eminent group of scientists and program officers who will be addressing the webinar. We have officers representing the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the division working on air pollution issues. We will have officers from Central Pollution Control Board, from the National Health Resource Center, from National Program on Non-Communicable Diseases, National Program on Child Health, then senior scientist from Sri Ramachandra Institute, and from Lung Care Foundation, from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, from WHO India, from EGI MER Chandigarh, and from IIT Delhi. All the esteemed panelists, you're welcome, and thankful for being with us in this national webinar on the third International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And we will be addressing an pertinent issue today on air pollution and health issues from the perspectives of different areas that you all represent. And we have almost about 300 people joining us from across the country as the audience. Very soon we'll have the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the Director of the National Center for Disease Control Program, Director of the National Center for Disease Control joining us. And so be with us. And
I request Saiful to please, put Love Agrawal on the attendee side to the panel, please. No, Saiful, are you there? Saiful, are you there? Sorry, see, he has joined on another site. No, Saiful.
Yes, sir.
Please, bring this Love Agrawal sir, है ना, attendee side में है, panel में लेके आइए.
Sorry.
Love Agrawal sir, attendee side में है. Please bring that to the panelist में.
ठीक है, मैं अभी कर देता हूँ.
Please, अभी कर दीजिए.
Sir, done.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Sri Love Agarwal, sir, is the is the additional secretary from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He is leading the program, national program on climate change and human health. And on this special and auspicious day of Third International Day of Clean Air and Blue Skies, sir, we are conducting a national level webinar from the experts from different national health programs, running under the NHM, and those experts from who are presently under, conducting these research areas, and those from these NGOs who are working in the, in these areas, and experts who are supporting the program. We, request sir to give his special remark on this auspicious days to the this audience who are from the states, from the national program, also from national program on climate change, human health, also from the NCDs also, and from the other child health program also, sir. Sir, to you, sir. Sir has gone to some other very important meeting again. He will be coming back and he will be joining. For the time being, he is in another meeting. So we will continue from here. Akash sir, are you there?
Yes. I think Dr. Rameshwar, you should carry on with the presentation, considering that the additional secretary is will be joining when he gets free to join. We should start off and start the webinar, and you can invite the first speaker to take the presentation, please.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you to all of you, all those who are from the, from the states, from the districts, from the NPCCH the program, from the, child health program, from the NCDs program, and from the community, from the community health platforms, and all those who are, present today from the various organizations, and all the other who are supporting the program. So I would be presenting about the national program on climate change aspects, on the health concerns of this air pollution, how we are addressing this area. Today's presentation is about the NPCCH program, a brief about how this air pollution is being addressed overall, and how the this health sector is addressing this air pollution and human health, and on the way forward in terms of our partnership and leadership. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare addresses environmental these hazard exposures, including air pollution, through two mechanisms. One is on this National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, which was approved in 2019 in February, under the National Health Missions to implement in the states. The second is on the Steering Committee on Environment and Health, which was started in 2020 in July, and under the Secretary Health and Family Welfare and Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And this also addresses air pollution and health concern. We on the program deals these health issues through 5 main objectives, like this awareness generations, capacity building of the health sector, the health sector preparedness and response mechanisms, partnership as we are today, and research of Indian settings on these health issues. We, the program is having a proper structural and functional mechanisms at the central level, at the state level, at the district level. At the central level is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who is the nodal ministry to deal the issue, and NCDC is the nodal technical agency which addresses this issue, and it is supported by the technical expert groups which we have developed on various climate sensitive health issues. And this is also supported by others, these centers of excellence, that there are about 17 centers of excellence, and at the same time this ICMR and other these ministries health programs like NCDs, EMR, DM cells, these are all interlinked together. Not only that, the international and national agencies across the country which are working in the country, like WHO India, which is strongly supporting the program. UN agencies like UNEP, World Bank, all these are supporting, and Indian and NGOs are also supporting the program. In the state, there is the environmental health cells in the states. In every state is there, which is supported by state nodal officers on climate change, which is also supported by governing body under the health minister. And there is also state level task force. This committee is there, which is headed by principal health secretary in the state. And at the district level is the district magistrate, and who is heading the district level task force committee. So all these are the main mechanisms which are under which the objectives, the activities, which are priorities, these are implemented from time to time. These are some of the climate sensitive health issues that have been identified under the program, in which at the present moment there are about 8 these climate sensitive health issues which are being prioritized, like air pollution related illnesses, which is exclusively dealt by the this program itself in the health sector. The heat, vector-borne, waterborne, this climate disaster related, green and climate resilient. This is about the program. So, while coming to the addressing of these air pollutions, as we all are aware that it consists broadly into this mitigation aspect and the adaptation aspect. We in the health sector deals mostly of the adaptation part, and as you can see on the right side, who are dealing on these adaptations are the Ministry of Health, and CDC is there, all the national health programs which can be integrated in this addressing the health issues of these arising from because of the air pollutions. The state health department, healthcare facilities across the states and the country, the medical fraternity and the allied, all these nursing, other these medical associations, UN agencies like WHO, the World Bank, UNEP, yes, and the researchers, academic institutes and NGOs who are working on this area. Not only that, all these mitigations, these are mainly coming from the Ministry of Environment and CPCB. The CP division is there, which is leading the country, for the clean air, issues in the country. And CPCB is the implementing agencies, which is working closely with the program. The others are like transport, power, and housing. So how we address this air pollution and health issues under the program are that initially, this all the IEC materials in order to create this awareness generation to all the these relevant populations, we create these IEC materials, which we at the present moment are having these posters in the form of English and Hindi, and which we have shared to the states, and states accordingly and appropriately translated in their own regional language. There are GIFs, there are social media messages, there are at present about 95 audio video spots, which has 120 seconds, 60 seconds, 40 seconds, and 20 to 30 seconds, which can be used in the YouTube, which can be used for the WhatsApp, in the social media and all. And there are about these 7 regional languages at the present moment. And there another part is that we are also like today, we organize and observe these international days for public health awareness in the country, in the states, in the district. And in the last 3 years of this International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies has been observing, and the country, the states, they are observing as a week long, and presently we are focusing on women, children, traffic policemen, and municipality workers, which has been focused since the last 2 years to these women and children also. And we have also developed this public health advisors, which has been shared with the states every year. These are the audio video spots, the IEC materials, which can be used for the awareness generation across the states and all. There are 5 regional languages in Punjabi, Gujarati, Marathi, Telugu, Bengali, Kannada, and all. These are major chunk of populations, Indian populations, which are designed, and this relates the video sports and the audio sports. These are relates to the agriculture, exercise, also good habits, hazardous, all these areas in these 5 areas. Not only the health aspect, but also the other areas in order to cover all of that, and to give the message to the vulnerable populations. These are the IECs that we have developed under the NPCCH in Hindi and English. These are the translated from the regional languages, as you can see, even in Urdu from the Kashmir side, and there are Telugu also, Malayali also, all these things are there. Oriya, Bengali, everything. So what is being seen and reported from the country, all the these reports that has been shared to us with the program are these things. The children are engaged, the school children are engaged, and they have been given the award. They have been given the reward. As you can see on the left side, the above one is the first prize, the second one is the second prize, and these are engaged in Bathinda and the Patiala. This is reported from 2 areas from the Punjab. Here they are also engaging with the traffic policemen also. Not only this, the country is reporting from Jammu area also, from the this Manipur from the east aspect also, areas also. From the Gujarat, from the west also, Chhattisgarh from the middle, central India also, These are the, from the Arunachal Pradesh. This has been, the country has begun its 4-day long awareness campaign, in their own respective areas, and these are reported from every part of the country. And by now, and it will be in another 3-4 days, there will be, lots of these, these activities that will be created, and this will be campaigned to the in their respective areas. This is the public health advisors that we have recently developed, and this will be shared with the states, and these are undertaken with the technical expert group that we have under the program, and we specially designed this for the public health awareness, for the capacity building, for surveillance purpose, for health response action plans during high this or the poor these air pollution days, like these smoke phenomenons during the winter days. Then we have this Diwali seasons during his high, there's air pollution goes very high, and there are days of this stubble burning when air pollution are also. We are also this developing all these action plans for these purposes. These are the videos that we have developed under the program. So in the capacity building, we have developed the modules. We have conducted, this these trainings in the form of online, in the form of physical, and we have reviewed with them when we said what the states have developed, and there is exchanges from among the states, and the states improve and they update according to the what has been what the feedbacks has been provided from the states and from the central, and these are updated to the states and all. So these are some of the technical documents that we have developed under this NPCCH. The left side, which is the health and safety plan for this due to air pollution. This is the national guideline which gives how the air pollution is to be addressed in the health sector. The other two sides, this is about this infographic handbook, which will give a simpler ideas how to this address the issues at the medical officers level, and how the response mechanisms is to be created at the hospitals. These are the training modules. There are about 16 training modules that we have developed, one on the women's, another on the children, which is in English, and which are on Hindi also. And these are appropriately translated by the states themselves also in their own this regional language, like Punjabi, like Oriya, like Tamil. All these things are translated accordingly. These are the traffic policemen and municipality workers, these modules, and which has been imparting in the last 2 years to all these these traffic policemen, and this we think that they are quite exposed to the air pollution, environmental outside these environments. These are some of the snapshots about the training conducted across the country. As you can see here, some are from the Kerala, some are from these are so these are the reports that we have obtained from the states too. Another part that we do is the surveillance on air pollution related illnesses. At the present moment, we are working on the acute respiratory illnesses and
yes.
Acute respiratory illnesses. This is the present focus that we have, and there are about this 18 states that has been expanded and established, and out of these 100 cities has already been this established and has been reporting, and now we have developed and we have updated one of the SOPs. That is for the sentinel surveillance conductions on diseases attributed to air pollution. A new thing that is added at the present is the mobile app based this surveillance ways of this collecting these data. This will be shared to the states. There will be a training orientation. Excuse me.
और आपका ऑफिस यहाँ नहीं है? क्या आप फोन कर रहे हैं?
Dr. Keval, can you kindly mute?
हाँ, कहाँ पर हूँ?
Dr. Keval, can you kindly mute? Okay. So these are, these were developed with the help of the Center of Excellence theory, with support from the World Bank, and at the present moment, this WHO India, through IHIP is, integrating this mobile apps surveillance, and this will now be shared with the states, and we will be launching, this mobile app in the country. The others that we have this ministerial coordinations are, through the Joint Steering Committee with the, this MOEFCC, the two officers from the CPD, one from the CP division, another from the CPCB side, are also attending today, who have been strongly supporting the, this program, and who will also be speaking today on the, the activities that they are working on and how this could be integrated and, support the NPCCH program, so that, the two programs, the interministerial, these integrations could, could happen together. The ICMR supports the research aspects of the program. So I would like to focus here to the, this our control of this pollution, or the CP divisions, MOFCC and the CPCB side. That now what we can do is there are some areas that is a proposed that, this public health awareness areas, training of these, these environmental concerns to the health sectors also, intersectoral coordination, even at the state level and at the district level. This could be, work out and how the, this MOFC side, can also take up these areas. The CPCB has been doing, supporting in providing the air quality informations and the AQI. And what we are requiring at the present moment is that the AQI monitoring centers where these are updated at the present moment for use in the surveillance purposes, and the available CPCB tools, and so that the health sectors across the country, even up to the level of the PSCs and the wellness centers, can utilize the air quality informations, and this can be used, for addressing the health issues that has been arising in that areas, and the message that could reach to the people out there, so the peoples would benefit from the air pollution exposures to the health aspects. So the awareness activities and all these areas we can work out. We also have been, the speakers from the national health programs, the panelists are there who are working on the child health, maternal health, NCDs, and from the NICCRCs on ASAs. So the air pollution, as we all know, that it has, disproportionately impacted the maternal and child health, and it has even impacted the NCDs in the form of this cardiovascular, cerebrovascular, these diseases, like this cardiac attacks, and this all these strokes and all. So we request that all the maternal and the national health program divisions to include the air pollution as a risk factors during their awareness campaign, during their training sessions, during their training modules, during the training module development, in integrating with the NPCCH side, with all the these concerned this health program, so that we can address the overall health issues developing due to air pollutions. The other key stakeholders that we have are on the resources area. The program really needs to bring up to have the recent Indian evidence, so that we can utilize for the policy implications in the states and the districts. The people have to benefit from the direct intervention measures that we can convey to them. If these forms of this evidence are coming up and intervention measures are coming up, then that would really help the people. This is the objectives of the program. The others include from the our NGOs like lung care foundations, who are working closely in association with medical associations in the country, and who can rope in the clinicians and all. And all these clinicians who, as we know, that they are covering in about 60 to 70% of the healthcare healthcare services in the country. And if we can take them also in this platform, this would help in supplementing the addressing mechanisms for the air pollution issues. The other institutes of repute like AIMS, like PGIM Chandigarh, and this IIT Delhi and all, they are working on and supporting the health issues in the health issues of air pollution on the program. So the last of all that I would like to say is that it is the leadership and it is the partnership, this intersectoral and infrastructural, that would lead to that would help obviously in solving the present issues, the health issues, due to air pollution. Thank you to all of you for your, I would hand over to CHH. CHH, you may kindly conduct all the other this program.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, and thank you definitely for giving such a great brief about our program NPCCHH. My name is CHH, and I welcome everyone here. So we would start our webinar by focusing on the first thematic area, that is role of air quality policy framework and its monitoring on the health sector in India. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Sudhir, Additional Director, CP Division, MOEFCC, to speak about the role of NCAP in addressing air pollution in the health sector, specifically the NPCCHH program.
Good afternoon, everybody. Especially Dr. Sujit Kumar Singh, Director NCDC, Shri Love Agarwal, Additional Secretary MOHFW, and officers from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon for everyone. So today we are here on this occasion of International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. So the main objective of this day is to make all of us aware of a healthy environment and to make the efforts for clean air, for blue skies, as well as for our healthier lives. So Swachh Pavan Neel Gagan, this is how the Ministry of Environment is celebrating this, observing this International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. So as we all know, that air pollution has emerged as a serious environment concern with the increased urbanization and industrialization. So India is committed to provide the clean air for all. So understanding the urgency and importance of addressing this issue, even our Honorable Prime Minister has announced for holistically addressing the air quality in 100+ cities. So as a part of this, the Ministry of Environment has initiated a program of National Clean Air Program. And as we all know, that the National Clean Air Program has been launched on Dr. Rameshwar, I'm not able to share the screen. I think the permissions host has disabled this one. So I will just present it. I'll just speak it out. I think that should be okay. I'm unable to share my screen, so I just keep this one verbally presenting this one. So the national NCAP has been launched in 2019 to tackle the problem of air pollution in the country in a very comprehensive manner. So the NCAP aims at reducing the particulate matter concentration by 20 to 30% by 2024 in 132 non-attainment cities. So the program has a holistic and an integrated approach involving various stakeholders at various levels, including academia, researchers, regulators, concerned ministries, Department of Center and State, urban local bodies, everyone. So it is, when we speak about air quality, it is not an one particular department, okay, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment and Forest, or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It's not that one particular department can actually improve the air quality. So it is a effort, it's a concentrated effort of all the ministries. So it involves the inter-ministerial coordination. It involves the intersectoral coordination. So it involves the people support. So without which this program cannot be successful. So the NCAP envisages all these things. So they have integrated, they have envisaged the convergence of the different schemes that are being run at the different ministerial levels, and they brought into picture in a single platform. So now coming to the question, why this air pollution, why NCAP? So even previously, previous to the launch of National Clean Air Program, the Ministry of Environment has actually, the Air Act has already come into picture in 1986. And there are also several other initiatives that have been taken by the ministry and the Central Pollution Control Board and say SPCBs for regulating the air quality at different levels. The CPCB has identified the national ambient air quality standards. So what should be the standards so that the people will be in a healthier state? So also they have given AQI, air quality index, has been identified. launched by the CPCB in 2014 or so, for so that even a lay man can understand, okay, how the air quality is integrated with my day-to-day activities. So depending upon the air quality index, one actually plans their activities. So it has come to such an extent that people are whether to go outdoors for an exercise or whether to stay indoors. So people are looking for air quality index. So this is the biggest achievement, that bringing that air quality index into the life of a layman is very much needed as the awareness increases. And because of which we are actually drawing the attention of the public and the need and necessary for the people for improving the air quality. So because the program will be successful only because the government take many steps and all these things, but the success of the program depends upon how well the actually people are taking it and how much participation is coming from their side. So because the entire thing depends on the public participation and their cooperation. So the government has taken several initiatives, and NCAP is one such initiative. And in NCAP, we are actually trying to bring different programs that is happening at different ministries. For example, the Ministry of Road and Transport, they're actually, so they have worked on like shifting of from BS4 to BS6. So that is a major thing because the emissions, the overall emission load has been reduced. Similarly, the Ministry of Agriculture is looking upon the stubble management, how to actually take care of this stubble in situ and ex situ ways. So they are coming with several innovative ways how actually the stubble can be converted into pellets, and it can be used for developing energy rather than just burning it out. So that also actually add for our improvement of the air quality. Same way, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Welfare and other things, that they have started the Swachh Bharat initiative, wherein they are actually looking after the management of municipal solid waste management, etc., which has a direct impact in the improvement of the air quality. So there are different sources such as vehicular emissions, industrial emissions, burning of biomass, waste, agricultural residue, construction and demolition activities, which actually contribute for the poor air quality. So as a whole, the union government from the different ministries, different sectors, different departments, they are working in several areas for in addressing which has a direct or indirect impact on the air quality. So I am very glad to inform you also that compared to 2017, there's a substantial improvement in the air quality. So around 96 cities have shown the improvement in their air quality. So this shows that our the steps which we are taking are actually concrete, and then they're actually showing the result. And coming to this one, National Clean Air Program. So National Clean Air Program is like a 5-year program, keeping 2017 as a base year, and with a national level target of reduction of particulate matter by 20 to 30%. So in the basically the National Clean Air Program, we are addressing the 3 issues like developing the knowledge base, institutional capacity, and how to mitigate what is the mitigation solutions. So in order to improve the institutional capacity and all, so we are also tied up with several institutes of repute, like we have started the National Knowledge Network, where the several IITs and NITs and the institutes of repute, they come together for the support of National Clean Air Program. So apart from that, we are also working with this one. Several international agencies have also come forward for supporting and implementation of city level action plans. So, and the 132 cities which we have identified as non-attainment cities, so each and every city, they have developed their own city specific action plans, and they are also having this one micro action plans. And these action plans are being effectively monitored both at the city level, state level, and the central level. So there is a robust monitoring mechanism has already been put in place for the successful implementation of National Clean Air Program. So apart from this, we see that air pollution has transboundary or regional effects. So the detailed scientific studies such as city-specific source apportionment, national emission inventory are also being carried out for identification of major sources of air pollution in their contribution to the ambient air quality of a region. So, with all this, with additional studies currently underway, the limited source apportionment studies based on India's big cities suggest that the pollutants which are already there. So actually what we are trying to do is in the National Clean Air Program, we are trying to address the, what do you call that? We are trying to nip at the bud, like immediately address the source, trying to reduce the emissions from the source itself, so that the less, so that they can have a very reduction in the overall air quality. So with these words, I will just conclude my thing, and I'll just conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudhir, for such an informed discussion around the National NCAP program. Now I would like to invite Dr. V.K. Shukla, Scientist, Air Quality Lab, CPCB, who would present some insights into the CPCB's understanding of air quality in India and what can be its role in context of the health sector and the NPCCHH program.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Can I share my screen? It tells host disabled participant sharing screen. Can it be enabled so that I could share my presentation? Or if it could be uploaded from that side? Dr. Rameshwar?
Oh, yes, sir. We will do from our side. Saiful, are you there? Can you hear it? Saiful?
Or if I am given the right, I can upload from my side.
Okay, let me see. We can upload, no? Let me try, sir.
Is it possible?
It will. I think so. Okay. Is it visible?
Yeah. So
Yes.
can it be made full screen?
Yes, yes. Is it okay?
Thank you, Dr. Rameshwar. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So I will mostly dwell upon the subject of air pollution and how CPCB is conducting air quality monitoring. As you are aware that the foundation of this program as well as the NCAP program is based on the air quality air quality levels which are present in the country. So to begin with, there is a legal framework, legal and regulatory framework in the country for the management of air quality, that is in terms of Air Act and Environment Protection Act. These are the two acts which govern every aspect of air quality that is management of environment and air quality. Now everybody, we know that air pollution is one of the biggest environmental threat to human health, along with the climate change also, because a lot of pollutants, gaseous pollutants are there which impact climate change also. So both are interrelated, and if actions are taken for controlling the emission, it gives benefit for human health as well as positive impact on climate change. The health impact of air pollution depends on, of course, the level of pollution and how much exposure one has in those areas that impact the health of a person. In India, the major concern, there are many pollutants I'll discuss in subsequent slides, but the major concern is particulate matter. And particulate matter, in short, we call PM10 and PM2.5. That means coarser particle, that means they are big and little big. I will not make this presentation very technical. I believe there are field officers also. So I'll try to make it as simple as possible. So PM10 is are particles which are floated in the air, which are floating in the air. They are generated from various sources like vehicles, industries, dust, etc. And they are bit coarse particles, while PM2.5 are very fine particles which can go inside our lungs and have adverse health impacts. Not only particulate matter, basically various components which are associated with this particulate matter, like metals, organic compounds, inorganic carbonaceous material, elemental carbon, sulfate, nitrate. So there are so many chemical species which are adhered on this particulate matter, which also enter in our body when we breathe air, which is, if it is polluted, naturally more concentration of these elements and chemical species enters into our body and impacts the health. Prominent sources, I think everybody is aware: domestic industry, transport, road dust, agriculture, burning. During winter, especially western part of the country experiences a lot of stubble burning. So that impacts whole North India, Indo-Gangetic belt. And that is one of the major sources of pollution during winter. And there are some transboundary movement of pollutant even from Arabian Peninsula and neighboring countries also. If winds are favorable, then a lot of pollutant travel. So this is the a picture representing the just presentation how air quality is in the country. And if you see the red line on the top, this is Indo-Gangetic plain, and here we have higher concentration of pollutants. And green and blue areas are mostly less polluted. And the same thing, that means major concern is PM10 and 2.5. In some areas, apart from PM10 and 2.5, we are also experiencing a little bit rising trend of NO2. These are oxides of nitrogen, which these gases, pollutants are generated during process of combustion. That means when we burn the fuel, let it be vehicles or industry, NO2 is generated. And the higher reason for higher concentration in Indo-Gangetic plain and other areas is poor dispersion of pollutants, especially during winters. Next, please. I think since everybody is from health sector, so you might be aware that these are the pollutants, major pollutants which are found in our country and how they are related with the human health. So these are the health impacts of these pollutants. They are well documented, and I hope everybody is aware. Next, please. So to safeguard the human health as well as the vegetation as well as the environment, WHO has given guidelines for air pollutants, and national standards have also been notified. The latest notification is of 2009. So wherein 12 pollutants are notified, which covers all the pollutants which have been in WHO guidelines, as well as some additional pollutants are also there. And the basic aim is to protect human health and environment. These are uniform set of standards. That means for residential area, commercial area, and industrial area, these are they have common limits, but for ecologically sensitive areas the limits are different. And when I say limit, that means these are the studied and researched limits to safeguard the human health, buildings and ecosystem and the environment. Next, please. So these are the 12 pollutants. If you see on the left side, these are the pollutants: sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, PM10, 2.5, ozone, lead, carbon monoxide, ammonia, etc. And some metals are also there, heavy metals, arsenic, nickel, and VOCs, and benzene, etc. And these are the limits. That means annual and 24-hourly limits. That means if when we measure the air quality, so certain standards are there. If I'm measuring for day-to-day comparison, I'm making, suppose today is 7th, so I will compare. Let us take an example of PM10. So it is 100 for 24 hours. That means if I'm making any comparison, whether I'm exceeding the limit or not, so I will compare with 100. But if I'm comparing PM10 for 2021 or 2022, then my limit will be 60. So that is how we, this is annual limits and these are 24-hourly limit. Similarly, for the pollutants which have short duration of existence, hourly limits are also there. So if you see carbon monoxide, so 8-hour and 1-hour limits are there. And on the right side, methods of measurement has also been defined. So in CPCB and the State Pollution Control Board, we use these methods to measure air quality for all these parameters. That means pollutants. Next, please. So what is National Air Quality Index? I think Dr. Sudhir has also mentioned, and everybody has been made aware through the publication which Dr. Rameshwar just now mentioned, that it is being circulated to states for awareness and for health sector people. So it is an effective tool. That means air quality has been converted into an index, easy to understand by the people in a color code format. So a tool for effective communication of air quality. Many common people may not understand what is carbon monoxide, what are the standards, and what are the benzene and benzopyrene, etc. So sulfur dioxide and so many parameters. So this data has been converted into air quality index, which is easy to understand, and information about air quality can be conveyed to common man in a simple format. So 6 air quality categories have been defined: good, satisfactory, moderately polluted, poor, very poor, and severe. So the basic data behind this air quality are the same parameters, especially the 8 parameters, and the break points of these pollutants. So can you please click on the first link, so it will show a link. Yeah, click. Yes. So if it is possible to show live where it is available. Okay, probably. So this is the link where you can access the air quality information index or any other information with respect to stations being operated by CPCB and by different state pollution control board. Almost every state has air quality monitoring stations. And in next slide, I'll tell how these function. So these are the links, and of course, probably it is not opening. You can go to next slide, please. So is it not moving?
Let me.
Yeah. So now air quality index has become a very useful tool for a common man. And this air quality index is not only available on CPCB website, but there is also a mobile app named Samir. So if you access the Samir, you can move to next slide, please. Yeah. So yeah. So these are the, if you see left side, these are the air quality categories, and very specific color coding is also there. So if air quality is good, air quality index is in good category, that means air quality index is from 0 to 50. And these are the pollutants. This is the concentration range. This defines the air quality at that moment of time. And so dark green is good, satisfactory, moderate is yellow, poor, very poor, and severe. And this also conveys the information about the associated health impacts. On the right side, you can see that good air quality has minimal impact on health. And see, these are the possible health impact on human beings. So this is very useful table to decipher the information in AQI. That means air quality index. Next. So this is how we monitor the air quality. So country has around 1200, more than 1200 stations in various cities. And it is a combination of manual station. If you see on the left side, this is manual station. And on the right side, these are automatic analyzers. So these stations are established in 465 cities of the country. And this information of air quality flows from automatic station directly to our servers and on our website and on Samir app. Apart from these CAQMS, continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations, these monitor 8 parameters continuously 24/7 into 365 days. So continuous data is available for various cities. Satellite-based monitoring is also being started with the help of IIT Delhi. And these are the parameters which are monitored. Satellite-based monitoring is aerosol optical depth monitoring. That means assessment of PM 2.5 levels at pan-India level. And Professor Sagnik Day is collaborating with CPCB on this program. For air quality monitoring station, these are PM 2.5, 10, SO2, NO2, ozone, CO, ammonia, benzene, etc. are parameters monitored. We have also started rural area monitoring. So few stations have been established in rural area, especially in Punjab, and we plan to have at least 50 stations this year in rural areas to start with. And CPCB and along with the State Pollution Control Board, we have mobile vans also. So in case of emergency or wherever the it is hot spots, air quality measurement in hot spots or in any area, mobile van can move quickly and measure the air pollution. Now state boards are also having, few state boards are also having mobile monitoring vans having CAQMS. The State Pollution Control Board are our collaborating agency under National Ambient Air Quality Monitoring Program, that is NAMP, and certain IITs and NEERI are also participating in this program. Monitoring network for these cities is designed based on the population criteria. Yes, please. Next. So this is this air quality data, as Dr. Sudhir has just now mentioned, 132 non-attainment cities have been identified based on the air quality data of last 5 years. That means 5-year data has been taken to classify non-attainment cities, and the criteria is if any city continuously exceeds the air quality level for any parameter consecutively for 5 years, it is defined as non-attainment city. And action plan are being drawn to improve the air quality of these cities, all 132 cities. A lot of funds are also flowing in these cities for controlling the pollution at source. Next, please. And most of the many non-attainment cities are in Indo-Gangetic plain because of the terrain is such alluvial soil, meteorological conditions, biomass burning, and so many factors are there. So Indo-Gangetic plain has many more non-attainment cities. This is the network of cities, and many more have been added in the network map of the country for air quality monitoring. Next, please. This is the city level AQI. This is Samir app. So you can go to Play Store and download Samir app of CPCB and see the air quality of your city. And at a station level AQI is available. This is city level, but if you click the city, you will see how many stations are there and every city. And this is the same color. If you see yellow green, this is yesterday's air quality. you see everywhere green and light green. That means throughout the country, the air quality is much better right now because of monsoon conditions. Because rains are there, so air pollution vanishes because of washout impact, and winds are also favorable. So dispersion is taking place. So this is yes, studied air quality in the country. Somewhere in you see the yellow, in Indo-Gangetic Plain and northern part of the country especially. So this can, and CBCB also publishes air quality bulletin every day as at 4 p.m. So this is also available on our website. This if you see Agartala air quality yesterday was good and index value was 34. Prominent pollutants were PM 2.5 and 10, and this was based on 2 monitoring stations because 2 might be operating there or 2 are established there. Similarly, Agra has 6 stations, and that means stakeholders can visit website and get the information about air quality of city of interest. Next, please. So what are the air quality trend in the country? Cities in Indo-Gangetic Plains are having high concentration of especially particulate matter, and reason is stubble burning, meteorological conditions, and alluvial soil, and of course industrial and regular pollution. It also, Indo-Gangetic Plain also have a high population in this region, so domestic fuel and so many factors. Meteorological conditions play a very important role because mixing height, that means vertically how much pollutant can go up and mix. If mixing is high, winds are high, then we experience lower level of pollutants, especially during summer season or rainy season because of washout impact. So our major concern should be winter months, especially in north. And SO2 and NO2 are not, almost in all cities, they are within a standard. Though in some cities, NO2 is rising because of consumption of CNG and LPG, etc. Higher levels of ozones are sometimes observed in, especially in summer, because sunlight has direct impact on concentration of formation of this ozone. And most of the cities, especially in IGP, these PM 2.5 levels are high. 132 cities have been identified and action plan are drawn. City action plan as well as a graded response action plan also to that means during emergencies when especially in winter, if poor air quality is there or severe air quality is there, so actions are automatically started by various agencies. Next, please. Just to highlight the same point, this is monthly, bar diagram of daily air quality. If you see on the right side, these are winter months. So bars are quite high, PM 2.5 and 10. And middle May, June, July, if you see, concentration is low. And this is January to next February. That means 14 months, our bar. So this tells us summer and winter months, summer and monsoon months are clearly relatively cleaner ones, while winter are high pollutant. Next, please. So this is how we reach to stakeholders. Samir website, even on Facebook, CPCB is there, and Twitter page is also there. So you can access all these tools to get the air quality information. Next. So what we are doing, we are expanding our network. There is a need, as Dr. Rameshwar also mentioned, about a lot of coordination among the agencies to draw action plan. Suppose air quality is poor, so NCAP is taking care of control of pollution at source, but it will take time. This is 5-year program, and it may, still 20% to 30% reduction is being aimed at. So there may be certain areas where we experience high level of air pollution. So we should have some action plan, what to do, because it will impact the health of the people. And intersectoral coordination, knowledge sharing and awareness are key to success of these programs. 3 points which Dr. Rameshwar mentioned in his presentation about the role of CPCB. And so one was where are the AQI, that means air quality monitoring stations. So we constantly keep on updating on our website, and list is also available, and we have provided the link on our presentation also. So anytime you can visit that website and see where these stations are functioning. So right now more than 1200 stations are functioning. And we have these tools, website Samir, and we can also provide, we publish the reports also, annual reports. That means where data of manual stations and CQMS are published. Also, we have provided the link to ministry for real-time transmission of data. So if anybody is interested, the same data can be accessed and can be provided by CPCB. I would also like to mention here that CPCB has, apart from head office, 10 offices throughout the country. That means we have regional directorates, Lucknow, Calcutta, Shillong, Bhopal, Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, Vadodara, Chandigarh. So these are our offices, regional directorates. So if any help is required in understanding of the air quality, availability of data for awareness program, our officers are there in these programs. Of course, head office, we are here in Delhi, so we can collaborate and extend our cooperation in any IEC activity awareness program for all the stakeholders in the field. So I'll end here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your this highly informative on the air quality information. Sir, I would like to ask one or two, for the purpose of the district program officials, right now, as you said, about 1,200 AQI monitoring centers, no?
Yeah.
What is the projected, sir? What is the that number that is planned, to have this air quality, quality monitoring centers? No? Because many of the, I think these district program officials are also reporting that they have not got this AQI, these informations, because our surveillance is based on the AQI and the air quality data. So, what is the likely that can be that will be completed, and when will they get the information?
So yeah, so very important question. See, because of resources, etc., we have prioritized the expansion of network expansion. So first focus is 132 non-attainment cities, because these are the polluted cities where action plan is being implemented, and this air quality information will also tell about the efficacy of these actions being taken in these cities. So first focus is 132 cities, then district headquarters. All the district headquarters will be covered, and many are covered, but the rest will also be covered. During next 5 years, all the district headquarters, all non-attainment cities, and even some smaller towns will be covered. Around 2005 stations are proposed in total during next 5 years, and periodically it will be reviewed. It is being reviewed, and alternate technologies also being employed, like satellite assessment through AOD, etc. So that information will also be provided at district level and rural areas. So this expansion program is taking place, and apart from this, the many industries have also established their air quality station. They are also being integrated with CPCB, and I hope that within I think 300-400 stations have already been integrated. So within a year or so, we'll be targeting around 1,500 stations. That means around 200-300 more within this city, this year and next year.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the this information. We hope that CPCB will continuously supporting the program in availing the this AQI and this air quality information to the health professionals, the medical officers, nursing officers. They also understand that in the this remote villages level also they can utilize this information and give this message to the people also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
CHH,
Yes. Thank you, sir. There's some questions that have been asked by our audience. Would you be open to taking them at this point?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
So I will just mention the questions. So this is by Dr. Geetanjali. She is asking if there is any regulations around PM1 and if CPCB has any plans around focusing and monitoring on this.
Okay. So right now we are not monitoring PM1 because it is not part of the regulation as of now. But as I mentioned, the latest standards were notified in 2009, and these standards are under review again. The project is being handled by IIT Kanpur and various institutes like AIMS and NPL and NIRI. And there are so many institutes are participating in review of this standard, and probably it may be considered by the committee. But as of now, neither it is being monitored, but there is a plan to review
Sure.
this
Thank you,
standard
sir.
and also be included in near future. But as of now, no data is available for PM1. Only one station on pilot basis is there, but not at country level. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
I hope I am. Yeah.
Right, right. So there are some more questions related to this. So I think this covers it all. Also, there's a question on the access to reports for cities of Chhattisgarh.
Chehak, I would say, I would
Yes.
suggest sir may reply in the, this one, chatting. I think because Madam Smita ma'am is also in another meeting. So we will hear from Smita ma'am at present. Sir, kindly answer all their queries
So
in the
I'll
chat.
reply in chat.
Right. Please.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now I invite Dr. Sumita Ghosh. She is the Additional Commissioner in charge of Child Health under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Ma'am has an experience of more than 35 years in clinical, technical training and administration as a part of the central government, and has also led several programs, including family planning and maternal health. She is the technical lead in providing support in national level policy formulation, program design, and monitoring as well as supervision. So today, she will be talking about the impact of air pollution on child and adolescent health and what are its addressing mechanisms under NHF.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great, pleasure and privilege to be part of this important discussion today on air pollution. We all face, we all breathe. We have to take in the necessary evil in order to survive. So I'll concentrate more on the child health part. Because this is a most vulnerable period where the quality of air is very important for growth and development. So what are the risks and what can be done? Thank you. So next slide, please. What are the effects? The studies have been many. Some are observational studies on the cohorts, maternal, mothers, pregnant mothers. There are various tests done on the placenta and in the newborn, the cord blood, various social behavioral factors which have been observed, and some are based on animal models. Experiencing, experimenting with them with some toxic pollutants and seeing what happens. So what has come out is that the major problems are with the UFPs, the ultrafine particles, 100 nanometer or less. Then the particulate matters already discussed. These are the matters because our respiratory system, they have a mechanism to filter particles, particulate matters, but only up to 5 micron or so. So anything beyond that, they get inside us, and they, along with that, they bring many things inside our respiratory system and in the body, and they actually cause various health effects, especially in pregnancy and in the newborn and the children. So what are they? We'll come into, we'll discuss into that. There are several birth outcomes. It is disproportionately affected. Pregnancies are disproportionately affected when it is the, the air is polluted. So that is what we'll discuss, and the respiratory effects, because these particulate matters as well as the noxious fumes that get in, they affect the respiratory tract for all, but mostly in the children, because their volume of air inhaled, because their respiratory rates are high. When the adults, we breathe around 12 to 16 per minute, the children, they breathe much more. They have the number of respirations more, and their respiratory tract and the lungs linings are quite immature. So there's several respiratory effects. Immune effects, yes, their immunity again is severely affected by pollutants. We'll come into that. The neurological development effects, again, the children are growing, the brains is the one organ which has its maximum growth by 2 years. Almost 80% of brain is growth is complete by 2 years. So the growth, the neurological development is affected. We see a lot of increased incidence of autism these days. Why? Because one of the linking factor is the pollutants. We have several, neurological, cognitive, and psychosomatic diseases which are associated with pollution. Then cardiometabolic effects, the increasing number of juvenile diabetes, which we see, the metabolic diseases which we see, many of them can be related to pollutants, because the epigenetic effects of the several pollutants which are there. These pollutants, how do they act? They can affect directly the ultrafine particles. They affect placenta directly. Indirectly, again, they produce a lot of oxidative stress. Because of the sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, they cause this kind of stress, inflammation, epigenetic modification. The genes, the basic structure of genes are modified because of the pollutants, and they produce a transgenerational effect. Means not only one generation, the genetic effects, they are transmitted to next generation. So serious effects are anticipated as our pollution levels are increasing day by day because of the lifestyle, because of the consumption patterns. Endocrines, the hormones, the delicate balance of hormones are disturbed. So these are the various mechanisms which through which health of people are affected, especially child's health. So that is a matter of serious concern. Next slide, please. So health effects, we know basically that every system is affected. Respiratory system is much more affected. It is anticipated at the if the pollution levels which are not if they go on increasing, if the quality of air goes on in deteriorating, so by 2050 the urbanization will be such that 60% of world's population will be in the urban areas, and they will be inhaling the inhalants, the pollutants, that is the particulate matters 2.5, as well as noxious fumes like nitrogen dioxide. 2019 report, Air Quality and Health in Cities report, says that 7239 cities, they have 1.7 million deaths which are due to exposure to particulate matters. these health impacts which are there, mostly they occur around countries which are in the continents of Asia, Africa, Eastern and Central Europe, where these pollutants are in much more higher density. This obviously the previous presentation showed that the cities they have higher level of pollutants in our low and middle income countries, and in the highly developed countries the nitrogen dioxide pollutants are much more. So both the higher developed countries, developing countries, they are somewhere the health of the people are being affected by air pollution. Next. In India, if we come to our scenario, it is said that already the nutrition, child and maternal nutrition, the latest NPCCHH-5 data showed that it has not disproportionately, it is poor in these two vulnerable categories, and they reduce the life expectancy. If malnutrition is concerned, it reduces life expectancy by 1.8 years, and smoking, it reduces life expectancy by 1.5 years. But if we look at pollution, you can see they have the capacity, the potential to reduce by 5 years in cities like Delhi, which is the most populous polluted city, and it will, if we can reduce the pollution level to the extent that 5 microgram per cubic meter, 10 years can be added to the average life expectancy of its citizen. 63% of our population live in areas where the country's taken standard of air quality of 40 microgram per cubic meter is exceeded. 63% of population live in this hazardous areas. Of the countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, they are the one of the top pollutants. Previous slide, please. And this right side is most important. That's why I want this slide. The most topmost polluted states are here. They are Delhi, UP, Bihar, Haryana. You can see on the right side, and most polluted districts you can see, which are Delhi at the top, and several others. The cities are polluted, and districts they have been ranked accordingly. But you can see almost 63% of our population live in hazardous areas. Next.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yeah, it's moving too fast.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted that slide, the districts.
Okay,
now it is
right.
okay. Now you can go on to the next. Next slide, please.
Is this okay, ma'am? Air pollution affecting child health?
No, next slide. Yeah. So vulnerability children, I was talking about why they are so vulnerable, why we should be specially concerned as far as children health is concerned. They have the number of ventilations per minute is much more higher. Their lungs are immature. They can't tackle pollutants. The immune system is again immature. So pollutants cause a lot of hyperimmunity as well as low immunity status. They are mostly playful. They want to play. They want to go outside. Can't restrict them at home. It was very difficult during COVID time to keep them at home. So these outdoor exposures again, exposes them to a lot of outdoor pollutants. The lung is developing. So this immature state and the developing state, the lungs are particularly affected, giving rise to various acute as well as chronic disturbances. And all the organs, especially the growing new nervous system, neurological system, are affected by this pollution. So we have to be, several epidemiological studies have been done that the morbidity as well as mortality are much more enhanced recently because of this increasing level of pollution. And 6 air pollutants, the list was given before. So 6 of them are very important and very hazardous. One is the ozone, which is the stress it produces in the body, particulate matters, toxic fumes like nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and metals like lead. So these are the various health wise hazardous chemicals and matters which are we should be particularly be concerned about. Next slide, please. Coming to statistics, yes, we really don't have much statistics, how much actually directly being involved or indirectly being affected. What we say that in the globally 1 million children die from pneumonia, and coming to India, our statistics show that 5.7 out of 1,000 live births, they are dying of pneumonia. Pneumonia is a very big cause of death in the neonatal period. It out of total mortality, it causes 14% death, and under 5 it is constituting 16% of total death. And of these, 50% of pneumonia deaths are directly or indirectly related to air pollution. Air pollution kills in India every 5 minutes per newborn is dying. And infant period, the statistics, State of Global Air 2020 report says 1,16,000 infants died in India in 2019. If we take total infant death to be, the recent statistics, 28 per 1,000 live birth. So almost 1 in 7 infant deaths are actually due to air pollution. More than half of these pneumonia deaths are due to pollutions. The risk can follow them through the not only death, the morbidities like bronchitis, bronchiolitis, and bronchial asthma. These follow them throughout life, and other metabolic diseases which can result due to new air pollutants, infectious diseases. TB is more common. TB is more common in children exposed to pollution. So they are affected throughout life. So it is a very important development factor for children, and we have to seek a remedy very early, because children cannot wait. For them, today is today. Things which will come next year will not spare them. So it is a very important thing. We must all be very concerned how it is affecting our children, our future citizens. 1 billion children are extremely high risk. Actually speaking, we don't have our own statistics. These are all from global statistics. India is the 5th most polluted country, and Delhi being the 4th most polluted capital city. So it is very concerning that how we are not really looking into these effects on our children. Next. So this figure, this map, you can see that India is the color coding which is highest number of deaths, 80, more than 80 per 1,000 and 1 lakh. So this is the global of age standardized rate of death attributable to particulate matters. So quite concerning here again. It is strongly, I already said that it is very strongly associated with all organs, but mostly respiratory conditions like pneumonia, which is a major killer still in our children, and affecting their physical growth as well as their neurological cognitive development. The pollution is worsening, that is more important, and we continue urbanization, industrialization, consumption, our fuel consumptions are increasing. So outdoor pollution is increasing, as well as in India, because of smoking, because of the chullas we use, indoor pollution is also very high. And it is said that by 2050, if we don't control it, our under 5 mortality is 50%. It is going to rise because of pollution itself, even though we are able to control many of the conditions which are causing under 5 mortality. If this increasing pollution is continue to grow unabated, our under 5 mortality will not be controllable. Next. So these are various adverse effects summarized. Adverse birth effect outcomes, which I'll be coming to in next slide. Infant mortality already mentioned. Neurodevelopment, autism is increasing. Various neurological diseases are increasing. Childhood obesity, again we have an increasing pattern. Our NFHS shows that our children are affected by both malnutrition as well as disproportionate number of obese children. So both ways it is affecting us. Lung functions are affected. Pneumonia and other acute lung conditions are major effects of pollution. Chronic conditions like asthma, otitis media. Otitis media also is one of the major effect of pollution because of the particulate matters. Childhood cancers, again here is one area. Blood cancers, leukemia, other kind of cancers like Wills tumor, retinoblastoma, lot of them can be caused by the various carcinogens which are present in polluted air and the particulate matters. Next. So this already mentioned that 49% of pneumonia cases are related to air pollution, and 27% of outdoor pollution and 22% of indoor pollution. So when we control the outdoor pollution, and which is a matter of major systemic effects from pollution control boards and other things, indoor pollution we can limit it. So it is also causing 22% of our pneumonia cases. So this is in our pneumonia guidelines also, that we have given stress on controlling indoor air pollution, which consists of using safe well for cooking, passive smoking for the child, stopping smoking at home, idling in the car. All these things actually can really help us in reducing when the child is being exposed to indoor or in a closed space pollution. Next. One very important thing is, which is often seen in developed countries, is sudden infant death syndrome, which is again often related to pollution effects. The mortality, and this has been already established. The adverse pregnancy outcomes, because children, when they are affected by pollution, not only when they are born, before, even when in utero, they are adversely affected and seriously affected. These are caused when the pregnant mother is being exposed to polluted air, incidences of premature birth, low birth weight, IUGR, intrauterine growth retardation, all these incidences exist. If we look at our mortality figures in newborn period, 41% of our newborn mortality is due to prematurity and low birth. And of these premature women, children, premature and low birth weight children, 20-25% are attributable to pollution itself. So we can well imagine how controlling the air pollution will actually benefit our children being born at term and at proper birth weight and have lesser mortality and morbidity. Often the head circumference is also affected. The birth weight, small for gestational age, is limited, because the placenta gets affected. So all these conditions are directly or indirectly related to pollution, and they are affecting our pregnancy outcomes and the neonatal health outcomes, mortalities as well as morbidities. Next. Immunity, I said that immunity is one major area, altered immunity. Because some pollutants, they cause hyperimmunity, the allergies, the eczemas, the skin diseases, often they are a result of the pollutants in the air, and toxicological studies that it can suppress also. It can suppress host immunity of children, exposing them to more infections by virus, by bacteria, by fungus. So both ways immunity is affected through pollution and causing havoc in the children. One of the very important area is vitamin D. The ultraviolet B radiation is required for conversion of active vitamin D, and that is affected the haze which we have in winter days. Often it is preventing vitamin D, and vitamin D deficiency, we call it sunshine vitamin. It results in again a host of chronic conditions, in a host of serious illnesses, and especially in children where bone growth is seriously affected, and rickets and other conditions are osteomalacia in growing at children. So these are serious side effects of pollution. Next. So what we are doing about it? Our SARS program is there, that is social awareness and action to neutralize pneumonia successfully. This is a new program, 2019 it was launched, and it is about creating awareness about it, about what is pneumonia, how it is caused, and early identification and treatment seeking. So every year from November to February, this is happening in all over the country. All the states and UTs are involved in it and supported by NHM. So massive 360-degree campaign is done about creating the awareness. So there in our guidelines also, in our training also, the contribution of indoor pollution has been highlighted, and it has been being trained that this awareness has to be there, how indoor pollution at least can be controlled in our homes. So this is one important part of we are doing for pollution. As far as pollution is concerned, other things are of course treatment seeking, how to prevent smoke-free fuels. We have asked them to ensure that they use that in indoor early detection treatment and use of required therapy. So that is the way we plan through the SARS campaign, the major awareness campaign. The idea is to reduce our present level of mortality due to pneumonia from 5.7 to 3, less than 3. So every year for this winter months, this is taken all across the country, and it is there are convergences with Ministry of WCD, Petroleum, Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, and Jal Shakti mission for this. So this is our one effect where we are trying to address pneumonia and also addressing and emphasizing the part pollution is taking on its toll while causing pneumonia also, and its morbidity and mortality also. Next. So for health professionals who are here, the way forward is, be informed that all this is really happening and it is going to increase, and it is, staring at our face that our under 5 mortality will by 2050 will increase 50 points. The research and publications and data is very important, which hopefully is not there as far as child health is concerned. We get some data on pneumonia from our NFHS, but exactly, then in HMIs also, in NFHS also, ARI, pneumonia, they are not been very clearly demarcated. So there is need that what percentage, what is the exact number, how the trend is going. We don't have any trend. We always quote from literatures published by other international agencies. So we need to have our own research, own data. We want to educate, especially, our health workers and students, because students are the messengers. They can carry messages to community. Our health workers carry messages to community, because it is, it is a behavioral change. It is so many other changes which are needed to reduce it. Recognize exposure, to know when we are being exposed, and then preventing it, and conditions which are being arising out of that, recognizing them early, seeking treatment. That is an important thing. Solutions often are not, already previous speakers showed that lot of ministries, lot of departments are doing how to how to reduce, because it is a multi-sectoral effect. Health ministry is a recipient of the its ill effects. So please, we must, together we must find solutions, mainly educate families and communities and other sectors, policymakers, decision makers, the automobile industry, the other industries, the agricultural industries. All these are really, they must come together to reduce pollution for the sake of our children. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. What we are doing, because the questions that was put to me, what we are doing. So November is coming. So this year, we every year we make posters for awareness generation. So this year we will have more posters on the pollution effects. Our awareness programs. One new program has come. It is about Palan. It is about the early development in first 1,000 days. So again, we can emphasize the role of pollution there. Awareness generation and early treatment seeking. These are the 2 areas we are looking towards.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, we can really work together. Yes, you are leading the this child health program in the country. Your message to the district program officials in the country. And the risks that air pollution could have effect on the children if these are combined together. I think we can work the program in our program and your program, and this can be coming together, and we can integrately work in the coming days. Thank you very much, ma'am. And the program officers must also be hearing all these things. It's not that the NPCs will alone work in the air pollution. It is that the child health also has to work together.
Sure.
Right. Okay. Chehak, will you please
Yes.
do the next?
And I would just take a minute to thank Dr. Sumita for the insights, and definitely a lot of figures were presented which present a grim situation and definitely call for action. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sudarshan Mandal, Deputy Director General of Non-Communicable Diseases from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Sudarshan will speak to us about air pollution and NCDs and the intervention measures that are being undertaken under the health mission. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. And I feel privileged to be here in a discussion which speaks about air pollution and its health effects. I think I have to share my presentation, and if I may be allowed to share it, my PPT.
Saiful, can you do that?
No, it is a host has disabled the participant. That is coming up.
Let me check, sir. Saiful, are you there?
Again, I am checking. No, host disable participant screen sharing. I have to share the screen.
Let me check, sir.
Hello.
Saiful, can you let Sudarshan sir to present the PPT from here, from his side?
Sudarshan, he can do. Sudarshan Mandal, right?
Yes. Please do that. Sir is waiting.
Can do.
Okay, right.
So I am given the job of speaking about air pollution and NCDs, the intervention measures under NHM. I mean, when we talk about the non-communicable disease, we always speak about that probably 5 harmful participating factors or causing factors for NCDs. Number one is that tobacco use, and second one harmful use of alcohol, then unhealthy diet, and fourth one that physical inactivity. So and there is huge prevalence of those 4 factors responsible for NCDs. Probably we always forget about the role of air pollution in causing NCDs. So I get this scope, an opportunity to speak about that there is a huge role of air pollution in causing non-communicable disease in the country. Maybe it can be put just after the tobacco use. If we speak about air pollution and NCDs, that let me speak about the world than India. So in the world, this air pollution that probably is attributable to 7 million deaths, almost 30% of the total deaths. On an average, probably 5 crore or 5.5 crore or 55 million deaths happen in the world, and out of which 10 million or 1 crore deaths happen in India. So out of that total deaths in the world, 30% is attributable to only air pollution. And what about India? In India also, if you talk about the total deaths in India, it's about 10 million. And out of which that probably 17.8% of the total deaths, it's equals to around about 18 lakh deaths is attributable to air pollution. So it's a huge, that's a huge figure if you talk about relation of air pollution or with NCDs. So we always talk about the 4 risk factors, but we forget to mention the risk factors of air pollution for NCDs. And in also recent times, you know, that we got the data from the WHO that exposure to air pollution is more important research, measure NCDs. And I have already spoken that probably we can put only tobacco use before that. And economic loss from the premature deaths that you can see, it's about 1.3% of the total India's GDP. Let me go to the next slide. So this is the picture, you know, that if you talk about that 2.5, I mean, size micron, millimicron size of particulate matter, which can be called respirable, I mean, particles, which we can inhale and cause adverse effect in our lungs and other body parts of the person. So that prevalence in India is about 80 microgram per cubic millimeter. And deaths you can see almost, I mean, 18% of the total deaths, or 18.6 lakh deaths in India. And in other countries, if you compare Indian prevalence of with other Western countries like United States and others, their prevalence of air pollution is much less than India. So it's a major concern for the health managers, I mean, national health manager or state health managers of the country. They have to think about how to control air pollutions to, I mean, prevent, I mean, such type of mortality of our citizens in the country. Particularly, the previous speaker, Dr. Ghosh, has spoken about the side effects of air pollution on the children, under 5 children. I mean, if you want to protect our children, if you want to protect our citizens, so somehow we have to curb the air pollutions in major cities of the country, and also, of course, in the rural area also. And you know that I have talked about that particulate matter of 2.5, and that has been identified as a substantial public health concern, number one, and that can cause, I mean, that particular matter can cause chronic bronchitis, reduced lung function, increased mortality from lung cancers and heart disease. I mean, you know that probably for lung cancer, the air pollution is the most commonest, I mean, commonest cause of lung cancer, in the world and also in our country. And probably next one is the heart disease. And if you talk about the leading cancer in terms of risk attributable deaths globally in 2019 in both males and females, the other cancers which can be caused by air pollution are tracheal cancer and bronchus cancer, also bronchial cancer, also apart from that lung cancer. So air pollution has been identified as a leading cause of tracheal, bronchus and lung cancers after tobacco. So tobacco should be put as a major risk factors for, I mean, not only for NCDs, including cancer. You know that our program, NPCCCH, I mean, the national programs, which takes care of so many diseases, not only cancer, but you know that cardiovascular diseases, the diabetes mellitus, and hypertension, stroke, and of course, you know that recently 3 other diseases are being included. I mean, they got included in the program. That is, you know, that COPD, asthma, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and also chronic kidney disease. So altogether, we have so many diseases or group of diseases in our national program called NPCCCH. So now is produced by, I mean, that particulate matter which can be inhaled by any person or any child, that can come from the indoor pollution and also outdoor pollution. My previous speaker has spoken about that. From the indoor activities, you know that tobacco smoke is one of probably cooking, the conventional cooking. I'm speaking about the biomass burning and burning from candles and oil lamps and other fuel burning kerosene heaters. So most of the indoor air pollution is caused by those activities, indoor activities. And if you talk about the outdoor activities, everybody knows that it comes from the vehicles, vehicular exhaust actually, the car, truck, bus, and off-road vehicles exhausts, and also the operations that involve in the burning of fuels such as woods, heating oil, and coal and natural sources. So these are the sources of indoor, you can call it the air pollution from the indoor activities, from the outdoor activities. And the air pollution level, if you talk about that, PM 2.5 is one of the highest in the world in India, particularly concentrated in the, in the metropolitan cities like Delhi, and Delhi is stamped as one of the most polluted city in the world. You know that most studies indicate that that particulate matter 2.5 at or below 12 microgram per cubic meter is considered healthy and with little risks or no risks from exposure. But in our country, the level has gone to 80 microgram per cubic millimeter. We have to take drastic steps now to curb the pollution, to limit the air pollution in the country. Otherwise, it is our citizens, it is our children who will suffer from the air pollution from various diseases, apart from the lung cancer and other cancers.
Sudarshan sir, can you kindly make additions? Sir is there. Labagrawal sir is right now, because he is very busy, and sir is the one who is leading the program in this NPCCH program in the country. We would like to hear his address to all the program officials attending from the states and from the district are there, and as well as the speakers that we have today on this special day. Sir, please.
So I know, what do you want from me?
Sir, please let us listen his address. I just
so
want to.
I don't know that additional secretary sir is with us now in the webinar.
Oh, yes. Yes,
okay. So
because sir will be, will go again. No, so let us hear sir's address to the, to the nation on this day.
So So ideally, it should be below 12 microgram per cubic meter. But even it is below 35 microgram per meter. It's
sir, I just want to request, sir, please 2-3 minutes from sir Labagrawal sir. Then we will come back to you.
Dr. Rameshwar, Dr. Mandal should continue. He should complete his presentation. Then allow me to come over, please. Dr. Sir, please kindly continue.
Okay, sir. So then you know that probably datas say that prolonged exposure to the level of above 50 microgram per cubic meter lead to serious health issues. So that level what I talked about that I got it from the foreign studies and data regarding 80 microgram per cubic millimeter, but we have to start our own study that what is the level of that in the country India. And you know that the national air quality standards is somehow they talked about that it should be below 40 microgram per. So different agencies set up different type of level, but it must be below 50, not above 50. And these are some relation of and other risk factors of the non-communicable disease with the cancers. So there are the list of those risk factors are given in the left side, starting from the tobacco at the top. Tobacco, alcohol use, and dietary risks and other air pollution. So you know that air pollution probably may cause that 3 main cancers: bronchus and lung cancer. But if you look at the tobacco, I know that our ministry is working on tobacco also. There is a program also, national program for tobacco, but it can cause so many cancers, starting from the I mean, from the top, you can that lip and oral cavity cancer, then nasopharynx cancer, then so many. I mean, esophageal, stomach cancer, colon cancer, liver cancer. Apart from those, I mean, lung cancer and bronchial cancer and tracheal cancer. So many cancer can be caused from tobacco. So and also mainly three prominent cancers in the body. So regarding creating value partnerships, we have to go for partnership with our good partners. I mean, that UNDP is one of the good partners as far as this air pollution measurement and study on air pollution and its effect on NCDs is concerned. They have started one study. So I mean, we have to build a partnership. I mean, without building partnership with the international NGOs and national NGOs who are working on air pollution, I mean, ultimate target cannot be achieved. I mean, that is not only true for our this program, but also true for other programs, national program also. And so my second part is that how our national health mission, I mean NHM, is working to reduce the incidence of those cancers and other ill effects of air pollution. I mean, as far as this program NPCCHH is concerned, so the national program is called for NCDs is called National Program for Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Disease, and Stroke. And I have already mentioned that other diseases are included in the program. That that COPD, asthma, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and also CKD, chronic kidney disease. So we have formed one national multi-stakeholders action committee. And you can see the job, I mean, objectives of that action plan. So many that coordinated multi-stakeholder engagement and multi-sectoral actions. Number one, that comes under NHM actually, reviewed by the 39 union government ministries and department, including cabinet secretariat, and 34 departments and ministries of the union government have designated nodal officer for coordinating and because that is a job health sector only or Ministry of Health and Family Life. It's a job of it's a job you can that all the ministry, all the line ministries of health ministry, I mean, they have to come together. I mean, that's why that type of national multi-stakeholder action plan has been formed, and they are working on it. And there is one expert group committee, task force, and technical advisory groups, and they are working on how to I mean, reduce air pollution. What I mean, they have started on study also with the support of UNDP. So this is, I mean, how to I mean coordinate with two programs. That one is that NCT program, national NCT program. Another one, the national program for climate change and human health. I mean, who is the nodal agency for air pollution in the country. And also this webinar is being arranged by that I mean managers like Dr. Ramesh sir. So advisory on air pollution and health. So this is the primary. These are the primary objectives. I should not go in details because they know. I mean, the people who are seeing or observing this webinar, they know about it. The first one is the advisory on air pollution and health. Second one, state authorities need to keep it. I mean, a check. To keep a check on air quality index data available at Central Pollution Control Board, and also there is a State Pollution Control Board, and MAPAN and SAFARA website, and monitoring and develop a health action plan, and so many. Let us go to the next slide. The ongoing government initiatives. I will talk about what are the initiatives for air pollution in the country. So the development of the district action plan, I think that committee has been district action plan on climatic change and human health, and Dr. Rameswar is the nodal officer for that, and appointment of district nodal officers and district multi-sectoral task force like our national communicable disease programs, and establishment of district environmental health cell. So these are some documents and guidelines, we have released from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The second one is that National Program on Climatic Change and Human Health. And this one also regarding awareness of air pollution, what the people at risk. I mean, pregnant. The previous speaker has spoken about the infant, baby, and also under 5 children. So there is a document for that. And also, this is the project we have started with the help of UNDP now, that air pollution as a key environmental determinant of non-communicable diseases. So it's a big project and we have started it. The objectives, you can see, the primary objective is that to support the government to address air pollution as a key environmental determinant of non-communicable diseases and as a part of broader efforts to respond to environmental degradation and changing times. I mean, time will come, we have to speak about the not only air pollution, but water pollution and soil pollution also. So in the future, probably we have to form some committee for water pollution and soil pollution also. So many partners in India, 2 ministries are responsible for that. I mean, nodal ministry you can call the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change, and of course the implementing partner UNDP India. And project output that was also depicted in the document, in the protocol. So there are 4 main project outputs. Number 1 is develop and pilot a methodology. Second one, enhance government structure and coordination mechanism across the ministries. Third one, capacity building to advance environmental policies and implementation of these. So you can have all these document from the website, from our website, ministry website, and also facilitate the scale up of actions on air pollution and health. So what is the role of NHM of Health Ministry? Number 1 is that investment case, the support in designing as per context of the India. I mean, India Ministry of Health, they have to put a requisition for that project, and they did already the implementation and review of draft report and final outputs. And second one, established the advisory group for proper implementation of the project activities. So these are the some activities that are going on in India from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Forest and Environmental and Climatic Change. Thank you very much, Dr. Rameswar. Sir, yes, sir, please, if you want to speak something.
Yeah, I definitely would like to speak a lot of things, Dr. Mandal. Thank you. आपका बहुत detailed presentation था. But most importantly, let me welcome our colleagues from Ministry of Environment, Central Pollution Control Board, people who have joined from there, and all our colleagues from Ministry. I am so happy to hear that, today Maternal Child Health, even NCD division, you are present, NHSRC colleagues are present. Then we also have colleagues from AIMS, PGI, as well as IIT Delhi and Lung Care Foundation, and all our technical advisory group members. So this is actually a very, very important occasion for all of us. Dear colleagues, we've all joined here for celebrating 3rd International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And as you're all aware, the topic for this time is the air we share. And there are certain key priority items also which have been indicated in terms of the priority vulnerable groups, which we think we should focus on. And they are very, very important vulnerable groups in the sense that it is again women, children, as well as the traffic policemen and municipality workers. Before we start anything, I would just like to highlight one small aspect. While we deal with maternal child health related issues, while we are now talking about non-communicable disease as a big bucket of activities where health ministry has to focus, it is equally important to focus on the impact of climate change on health, and within that the component of air we breathe. Few years back, when the first health working group meeting happened in G20 in Germany, around 6 years back, they brought the topic of health emergencies. And that time, when they were organizing a event also in terms of the mock drill exercise, internally while participating as an officer, I was thinking, these are all developed nations, they must be thinking about this. But there are much bigger challenges when it comes to India. and this may not even be needed as far as the health emergency is concerned. Let's focus on some other activities, etc. But what that thinking at that point of time, and now we all see how COVID came, and it is still an ongoing pandemic, and subsequent to that, we are talking about either monkeypox, Zika, Nipah, or whatever. So challenges have increased, and that is where I realized that the focus on something which was not very immediately visible to us, but was still needed to be worked out, still needed to be planned for, and still needed to be ready for, was critically made available. Something which was not immediately in front of us as a major challenge became something which occupied whole world's attention for more than 2 years now. As far as air we breathe, as far as the challenge related to air pollution, I am sure as far as India is concerned, we are already seeing the impact of it. We are all aware the challenge which Delhi and all around states face during certain critical months when it comes to air pollution. We are also having large amount of evidence across the country, which also indicate what type of challenges we face because of the air pollution. And while there are certain activities which have been initiated by either our NCD division, by our respective divisions within ministry, and more importantly under NCDC in management of the air pollution related issues, including surveillance, etc. But I think what is important, I would like to submit to you, is that concerted action. A convergent action is probably the need of hour today. And I see Mr. Manjeet again from WHO being present here, and other colleagues also. So my request to you is that how do we converge ongoing initiatives? How do we create a bigger picture, whether it is environment, whether it is Central Pollution Control Board, whether it is again multiple stakeholders within the ecosystem, how do we sort of converge them together and then create a bigger picture where we say that now we know this is the direction collectively we are moving, and this is probably what we're going to achieve. I think in few of the meetings which I've had on this subject with most of the colleagues who are also present here, I always get a feeling that while we are converging, but we do not still, let's say that we can concretely say that this is what we are going to achieve if we do these things in this particular time frame, and this is our methodology to ensure that this time frame will be adhered to. My request is that if we can start focusing on that, that will really be a great support to all of us. Second aspect I would like to also submit to all of you is also, I think we need support of all our divisions within ministry. The concept of the focus on air pollution and its impact on multiple activities which different divisions within ministry also are handling is a crucial aspect which is generally not talked about. And linked with that, how do we engage with these respective divisions? We take their input, we sensitize them from climate change and health perspective, and then ensure that they in turn sensitize the system within their own arena, so as to create this composite whole which I am just mentioning to you would be again a very important support which we can get from all. We also need to focus on evidence. I remember the earlier meeting we had on climate change and health as the joint working group meeting which we had interministerially last time. There also we had requested ICMR that new evidences are needed. We have evidences which are 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and even if the evidences which are created by ICMR or maybe the other respective institutes, including I'm sure IIT is present here. So all those evidences should be collated at one level, and based on that, we should be able to understand where we are heading, what challenges may come in front of us, and what type of intervention we need to do. We also need to converge in terms of comprehensive IC on this across the country. We focus on the states which become critical during certain critical months. We focus on the districts and towns which become critical because of their high AQI across the spectrum, across the year at multiple times. And we also create a widespread IC on air pollution as an approach. I always believe that days like these, where you basically say that this is the day when we organize this event, are primarily the days to sort of not always remember that this is an issue which should not be forgotten. This is an issue which should remain in our primary focus, and we should collectively sort of work together. I'm so thankful that Director NCDC is present with me also.
We can thank Dr. Ravindra Kejriwal from PGI. He helps in all the.
I know. Yeah, I remember that. So no, I should not only thank our colleague from PGI, but I am told IIT Delhi has also done some excellent work. Pardon me if I have to leave now, because for some reason you would understand, in ministry at times we want to sort of spend more time to learn ourselves also, but at times we are forced to run away because maybe there is some other parallel challenge which is imposed on the system. But I would be, Director NCDC is present here. I would be taking feedback from my colleagues also and understand what has been deliberated upon. And this webinar is only an initial discussion. I'm also happy to highlight that, as would have been told, that this is a 4-day event which is happening across the country. I think we need to monitor that this event is taken to its logical conclusion in terms of adding to the awareness and communication aspect of it. But parallelly, we also need to focus that we do not forget this agenda. And whatever good practices are happening in any ministry, can we sort of imbibe them, collate them, and then see that actually they become a national phenomenon. The days of piloting are over. And the challenge is so huge that you cannot deal with pilots alone. So it is very important that whatever pilot or success stories are there, they should be taken up at national scale sooner than later, because again, I always say when it comes to climate change and health related issues, I remember the essay which I had prepared for civil services. And as part of preparation of that essay, I remember, the Earth Summit, I think CEO in his starting speech, he had made a mention in that point of time, because I remembered by heart, because I sort of studied it around 27, 28 years earlier. But he said that, if we do not react, probably we'll be the only species which knew that its end is coming and we chose not to react. This is something which is a very critical element. And I would be really thanking all of you for your contribution in the webinar today, and not only today, but I would be looking forward for your guidance and support to take the momentum forward. And Director NCDC has another meeting with me, so he would not be joining immediately. But Dr. Saab, I would request if you can kindly join later and then follow issues further. And thank you everyone for basically this patient hearing, as well as also I will be looking forward for your inputs in taking the issue further. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your motivational speech to all of us, to the program officials across the country, from the states, from districts, and for these program nodal officers who are discharging these duties on this issue.
So Dr. Rameshwar, only one point before I sort of sign off. Again, this is something which is coming from heart. I did not give a motivational speech. Trust me on this. I talk from heart, and I believe that this is an issue which, giving speech for the sake of speech is not what our intention should ever be. And think this is an issue which is a very critical issue. And this is where everyone needs to rise. Everyone should say, this is what I can contribute. And then collectively, then we can collate and then move forward. So, I just wanted to highlight to you that I spoke from heart. You had given me a lot of written material. It is not from there. So that is why I am requesting you that let's push it forward. Our team across the spectrum should take this as a mission and work on that. And I think if I would, in the end, again, like to only highlight, if we can actually create a very concrete, defined action plan, which says that for next 1 year, these are the activities we are going to focus on, that will help us. Thank you once again, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we would like to, bring up Kalpana, madam, who will be talking about the, this research status, as well as, what the research requirements for the, this program and for the country on this air pollution and health issues. Now, I think that will be really helping, because this is very much that the program requires.
Rameshwar, thank you very much. I think I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen, and then
yes, I just want to introduce Kalpana ma'am. She is leading the this in most of the air pollution related researches in the country, not only here but across the world. She is engaged in many. She is coming up with all this sort of this research evidences in the Indian context also. And she has what to say, lead in many of the committees and all also. So we know that you will be really supporting the program. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Let me begin sharing my screen now.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Can you?
Yes, we can see, ma'am.
All right. All right, great. I think that was a great piece of conversation that Honorable Secretary Dr. Ministry Love Agarwalji initiated. I think it sets the tone for where we really need to be sort of be looking at priorities. I think we have a consensus that this is a problem that requires imminent action. And if you're looking at an International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, this is not something that we want to just observe on the International Day. We wish that our sky would remain blue pretty much 90% of the time, if not more, throughout the year. And that is an experience that most of us invariably note when we go to cleaner parts of the world. You just feel like the air is so much cleaner, and also in some parts of India where these sources do not predominate. So let me, I deem it a great privilege today to respond to this invitation, and in the presence of many eminent colleagues from government departments, WHO and academic institution, let me share some perspectives on where we are with respect to our understanding of the research evidence. One of the things that argues often against action is the perception that perhaps our research evidence is not as good, and therefore we are in need of some more evidence in order to act. Clearly I can't consolidate everything that we have in 10 minutes, but what I wanted to highlight is many of us in this panel. I think we have Harshal here, we have Ravinder here, we have probably Sarnik here, and many others, who may be actually joining remotely, have been on this road for many decades now. And collectively, it is very important to remember that the efforts of the in-country air pollution epidemiologists have allowed us to gain enough and considerable insights on exposure response relationships. The burden estimates may be something that we may be sort of really worried about it being too high, too low, uncertain, and so forth. But the association between air pollution and health effects in terms of quantitative exposure response has been available now for almost a decade plus. And this is a major piece of information, because when you know exposure response, you can sort of strategize. If I can get the exposure response, the exposures down from point A to point B, how much benefit can I get from the response? So this has been a major lesson learned from all the health effects research done in country. And this has allowed us to rank air pollution in relation to other risks. Some of the speakers, Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Mandal mentioned about the risks from the most popular public health villain, right? We understand the risks from tobacco smoking, but it took many years before we understood the individual risks from, tobacco smoking. But it allowed us, the exposure response evidence allowed us to put this in context with other known risks, whether it is physical inactivity, whether it is, nutrition, whether it is other well-known risks that wherein this exposure response information has been available for many decades now. Air pollution has joined that evidence and that strength of evidence pool, and therefore now we understand what the cost of inaction can be very well. If we do not act on air pollution, what it would be compared to if we didn't act on tobacco or salt or physical inactivity and so forth. And therefore we are now well poised to become to sort of look at identifying, Secretary pointed out to the need of, if you can tell us, over the next year, could you look at a health-based priority for action on air pollution? What would that be? So let me try to first summarize in very, very, what do you call, high-level ways to look at what the evidence shows, and then perhaps conclude with some priorities where all our energies could be focused. The first piece I wanted to sort of look at is, one has to recognize that in India, amongst all the exposure response studies concerning, health effects of air pollution, one of the major challenges was, how do we sort of really monitor exposures? And now, I know it would be fair to say that, we have become extraordinarily skilled using a combination of devices that are tailored for assessing short-term and long-term personal and micro-environmental exposures, because one of the concerns we had was the ambient air quality monitoring network was so sparse some 20 years ago. How do we sort of really close the gap in understanding, daily exposures, temporal tension exposures for vulnerable groups whose, activity may be exposing them to really particular hazards within their own household, and exposure to specific environments such as schools, or homes that do not fall, very easily in terms of exposure characterization. So it would be safe to say that now we have amongst the pool of exposure studies in India, we have developed, validated, and deployed all these devices over time frames ranging from 1 year to 10 years, where we have detailed characterization of exposure environments in the rural and urban areas in pretty much every microenvironment that our common everyday person spends their time in. And that database is very much available through the pool of, published studies. Perhaps what will be useful, as Secretary was saying, Dr. Rameshwar, would be to sort of really, create a matrix. If we can look at rural versus urban and all the classic microenvironments that people spend their time in, what are, some representative results from Indian studies for their short-term exposures and for their long-term exposures in a way that is relevant for maternal and child outcomes, in a way that is relevant for, communicable disease or, non-communicable disease or longer-term outcomes. Clearly, one also recognizes that sometimes, you can do these cohort studies by using these devices that can sort of be monitoring populations for tens of thousands of people, perhaps over 1 to 10 years. But if you're looking at a billion people who are exposed to concentrations that are damaging to health, we need really scalable approaches. And what colleagues in IIT Delhi, perhaps they will be sharing a little bit later on the forum, have looked at our exposure modeling methods that interfaces personal exposure measurements, microenvironmental measurements, ambient measurements, and all the way to satellite-based measurements, so that we can actually have a high resolution, national level fine particulate matter database, and the availability of this information that the colleagues in IIT Delhi and colleagues in CPCB are going to make available in the CPCB portal is going to provide high resolution, temporally and spatially resolved information that will be very valuable for longer term health studies. The second piece of progress that I was alluding to has been to use all these developments that we have had in exposure assessment, right? I alluded to several types of measurement methods that individual studies have used, exposure modeling studies that have been used at the national level. But the key is to sort of really look at, if these are the exposures, what are the associated responses per unit increase in exposures? And this has, of course, been possible in many prospective rural-urban cohorts for health outcomes of national relevance. Shown here are the list of child, adolescent, maternal, and adult health outcomes, in which some or a lot of exposure response evidence exists from published in-country studies. And this has to be really taken cognizance of. These are not necessary studies that will immediately allow us to estimate a burden of disease, but it really strengthens the confidence that in Tamil Nadu and in Punjab and in Gujarat, we have exposure response that looks very similar for ALRI or for lung function. In Delhi and in Chennai and in Mumbai, we have exposure response information which looks very similar for birth weight. This is very reassuring for us to sort of pool this evidence to be able to say we need to be acting on lowering exposures for pregnant women in all those areas. We don't need exposure response information from throughout the country. As long as we have confidence in the exposure response evidence pool, wherever there is exposures, we can already start to prioritize on reducing exposures and anticipate that that will result in health improvements based on not only the global pool of evidence, which has been available for a long time, but also the national pool of evidence to corroborate what we have known globally. So if you look at, some individual studies, clearly I'm not going to read out the detail in the study. These are results from the ICMR-supported Tamil Nadu air pollution and health effects cohort that looked at exposure response information for birth weight, child ARI, adult lung function, and chronic respiratory symptoms. Here is another study that looked at exposure response information for blood pressure and insulin resistance. Here is a study from Andhra Pradesh that looked at exposure response information for non-communicable disease relevant biomarkers, including carotid intima-media thickness, and pulse wave velocity and augmentation index, and so forth. And all these studies are actually published now, available. Here is a much more recent study that colleagues at PHFI have published, in which they looked at incident hypertension in the CARS cohort in relation to long-term ambient PM 2.5 concentrations that was modeled based on both direct measurements as well as satellite-based information. And here is a whole slew of studies that is using demographic surveillance data available from NFHS and similar other databases with satellite-based measurements to look at exposure response information for infant mortality, acute respiratory infection, child growth, all cause mortality and birth rate. So I think it would be fair to say that some years ago, when the India state level disease burden initiative led by ICMR, PHFI, and many of us, put this slide up that air pollution is now the new tobacco for India. There was a lot of skepticism because we didn't have the confidence of the evidence in country studies, and most of it was exposure response information from global data sets. It did not give us the confidence that we will wage a war on air pollution similar to what we waged on tobacco. And I think the pool of studies that we have available may not have directly fed into the burden of disease assessments, but collectively, I think we can be quite confident that in-country health studies and the modeled disease burden estimates have allowed us to label air pollution as the new tobacco, and we need a similar army to fight a war against air pollution risks. This is quite tricky for air pollution because unlike tobacco, the population exposed is much lower than for air pollution, but the individual ORs or the individual risks are much higher. So it is much easier for us to perceive when the individual risks are high, but in air pollution, the individual risk is relatively small, but the population at risk of exposure is just so high that it becomes a huge health burden. And combined with the fact that the actions against air pollution pollution. If you're looking at actions against tobacco, they rest within the health ministry. But if you're looking actions against air pollution, you are looking at the transport, you are looking at, agriculture, you are looking at Ministry of, petroleum and gas, or looking at Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. The actions for air pollution are often outside the health sector. So this becomes, quite difficult for the health sector, who, which finds itself at loss to interface with actions that are driven by multiple other environmental and development related concerns. Yes, transport sector is very, health damaging, but we can't do without transport. Yes, agricultural waste burning is, quite damaging to health, but, there are many other considerations that prevent the health sector from sort of really acting on some of this. The health burden, the health argument, the voice of the health argument has to be, stronger, such that health and other considerations can override. And let me just, conclude over the next few minutes to look at, we actually have an opportunity to do that within the National Clean Air Program. And already all the sectoral controls address major sources, that is transport, power, agricultural waste burning, or biomass fuels, is already outlined. Out of these 9 sectors, we as a health sector, what could we come up with as a recommendation for the lowest hanging fruit that would meet the development argument, would meet the climate argument, would meet the air quality argument with a great deal of confidence? And here is my submission for your consideration, Dr. Rameshwar, and by NCDC. In India, household solid fuel use is now shown to be the single largest contributor to ambient air pollution. This is in addition to the risks that is produced indoors. Household sources are the single largest contributor to ambient air pollution, and we now estimate that the contribution of household sources to ambient air pollution is anywhere between 22 to 52%, not only to the ambient PM2.5 concentrations, but also to the health burden attributable to these sources. So what we think would be very, very strategic is to pitch the mitigation of household sources as a win-win for both reducing household and ambient air pollution. And given that we have a major national program already ongoing that is providing already access, it does not provide for the cost of continuous use, of course, but it has already provided access and enabled households to transition into clean cooking energy. If we could sort of really look at leveraging on research evidence from some strategic epidemiological studies, including one that is ongoing in India as part of a global partnership where we are looking at the evidence from clean cooking on multiple outcomes, including birth weight, child severe pneumonia, child growth, and other blood pressure. I would like, while the results on the health outcomes are awaited, it would be very important to bear in mind, no one study will provide unequivocal evidence of health benefits in an experimental setting for such a complex exposure transport, looking at multiple groups, multiple, temporal periods. But what is very important to recognize are very, very initial results from the HAPPEN trial that already provide evidence that if people were to use LPG over a 1 to 2 year period consistently and did not use any other source of household cooking fuel, it is possible for the communities who are using this to consistently meet the WHO interim target guideline of 35 micrograms per meter cube over extended periods of time. And this would already be meeting the national, standard of 40 micrograms per meter cube of PM2.5. So we have to remember that before health effects information becomes available, Exposure information from these studies can already be used, and they should be used, because if we know that if we are going to get the exposures down from 80 micrograms per meter cube of annual average PM 2.5 to under 35, health benefits have to be there, because that forms the basis of our national standard. That forms the basis of the WHO air quality guidelines. So we can already start acting on those states and those districts where there is near universal use of biomass fuels to near universal use of LPG wherever feasible, and then put up a surveillance system in such a way that the health benefits would become apparent over the long term. Health benefits are multifactorial. It is not, giving an LPG intervention alone may not be sufficient. Although we will have evidence of exposure response association, it is going to take some time. But we can certainly look at strategic evidence for exposure reduction. And I think the way forward would be to set up long-term surveillance, not just for health, that is already in place by the Ministry of Health. If we can tag that with exposure surveillance and for biological monitoring, for select NCAP actions, I showed you the case for household air pollution nationally. We could do this for agricultural waste burning in the states that are impacted by it. We could do this for brick kilns in the districts that are impacted by it. We could do this for transport in the cities that are impacted by it. But it's key for NCDC to convene a group of us who can help set up exposure and biological monitoring surveillance along with the health surveillance that you are already doing, so that the health data, the exposure data, and the biomarker data can come together. And this is easily doable through the NCPCHH, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. You already have centers of excellence. We could, we are an ICMR Center for Advanced Research. You have PGI Chandigarh, you have AIMS, you have IITs, UKNO, and you have PHFI. And these centers of excellence already exist in the country. It will just require creating capacities at local institutions rather than sort of adding any major instrumentation or infrastructure support. It's just a matter of creating some human resources that will do this job for you in a dedicated way. And that way we can start populating this information in public dashboards. How are exposures doing? How are biological markers responding to particular interventions whenever they happen, just as examples. So what I gave you is just a smattering of a framework. We have WHO is convening a group to perform a roadmap for specific air pollution actions. But I think Dr. Rameshwar, you and your colleagues in NCDC, Dr. Akash and Director Dr. Singh, and under the leadership of the Secretary, and can be assured that creating seamless, healthy breathing spaces is no longer a dream. It can be made a reality, and we have some very, very young and very enthusiastic colleagues. I am an oldie in this group, many young colleagues, and we as senior researchers stand very committed to creating these capacities so that we can actually make this dream of healthy air for everyone, everywhere a reality, not just on the International Day for Clear Blue Skies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalpana. From your insights and whatever you've shared today, I definitely don't think that you should call yourself an old person. We really do need your guidance here. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker from NHSRC, Dr. Anantha Kumar, MBBS PhD, is Senior Consultant in Community Processes, Comprehensive Primary Healthcare Division at NHSRC. He has 10 years plus experience in the field of public health, and his key interest areas include implementation research in health, especially in the area of primary healthcare and health systems. And he has a mixed experience in clinical care, teaching, research, as well as policy support. Dr. Anantha, I request you to please take up the stage. Thank you.
Before that, no, Kalpana ma'am, your suggestions, we will look into it. I think it's doable, you know. We are working on that. We have, as you know, that you are part of our surveillance, you know, there's the technical expert group members also, you know, you have been supporting us and all, you know, this we will do. I think there's something that is some a little more expansion on that. And I think that we can take up that part. We will see your recommendations, you know, and we will try to work out them. Thank you very much, Sam.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ahuja ji. A very good afternoon to everybody. I am Dr. Anant Kumar. I am a senior consultant at National Health Systems Resource Center. I am making this presentation on...
I just want to request you, please shorten a little. Time is, you know, a little factor. So, you know, kindly, you know, make it shorten.
Yeah, sure. So I'm making this presentation on behalf of Dr. M.A. Balasubramania, who is our advisor to Community Processes and Comprehensive Primary Healthcare Division of NHSRC. I think most of you are aware of the transformational change that's been brought about in the primary healthcare sphere in the form of Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. So every sub-center is now being upgraded to Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center that provides comprehensive healthcare with focus on wellness and provision of comprehensive healthcare that spans promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative and palliative care. So as part of that, wellness is a crux of the comprehensive primary healthcare spectrum that's provided through Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, and as part of health and well-being promotion and comprehensive primary healthcare, addressing non-communicable diseases is an integral component. And as you all know, NCDs are linked with air pollution, and air pollution is an important risk factor for non-communicable diseases, which we very commonly abbreviate it as NCDs. And I think before I go into the specifics of what we do through Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, I would just like to just briefly tell about what Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center is. So they are upgraded sub-centers which cover a population of 5,000 with a new cadre introduced called CHOs, Community Health Officers, who are nursing graduates or Ayurveda graduates who have been multi-skilled to provide comprehensive primary health care. And primary health centers have also been upgraded to provide comprehensive health care, and PHCMOs and the team also have been are being multi-skilled to provide comprehensive primary health care. Next slide, please. The second slide. Yeah, actually, I could not see the slides.
Anand, are you expecting us to present this?
Yeah, I cannot see the slides now.
All right, just let me do that.
Sure,
but please shorten, okay? Do the man this one, right? Just you can see this one.
Yeah, I can see. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah.
Right. Let me do that. Is this okay?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rameshwar. So, as part of addressing NCD in general, and health promotion and well-being in general, and non-communicable diseases in particular, three key issues actually are considered that is related to air pollution. The first one is promoting clean environment, healthy living conditions, and healthy lifestyle, and then avoiding exposure to indoor smoke, and then promoting anti-tobacco message among people, and providing support for people who smoke in their quit endeavor. Next slide. So, in terms of the approach, the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center team takes threefold approach of building awareness about the clean air, the importance of clean air, and what all the behavioral measures that have to be taken by individuals, families, and communities to make sure that the air that they actually inhale is pollution-free and clean and healthy. And then next step is to identify people proactively who are at risk of air pollution exposure and probable the NCDs. And then in terms of the response, it will be a team approach to respond to the NCDs. Next slide, yeah. So starting with the risk assessment, we have a established mechanism called community-based assessment checklist, which is a community-based assessment undertaken by the ASHAs, who are village level community health volunteers. CBAC is a holistic risk assessment that includes risk assessment of both the behaviors and the NCD conditions. So as part of that, there are two important questions that will be asked to households and individuals. Risk assessment for tobacco use, which includes both smoked and smokeless tobacco and smoking at home. And then the other risk factor that is asked as part of CBAC, a community-based assessment checklist, is what type of fuel used by people. So that will actually put people at the risk of heart diseases, cancers. And then in terms of awareness, there are multiple mechanisms which ensure reach out to individuals, groups, and populations. As part of reaching out to individuals and families, ASHAs and MPWs undertake regular house visits. They line list people based on their CBAC risk profile, and then counsel people on healthy lifestyles and reducing the risks that are associated with the NCDs. And they also keep a documentation of the risk profile of each family, and that will be documented in the family folder, and that will be communicated to the both CHOs and PHCMOs. And then as part of reaching out to previous slide, as part of reaching out to populations, we have 42 health days that are conducted annually by the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center teams, and World No Tobacco Day, World Heart Day, World Environment Day, World Health Day. So these are the key important health days that are celebrated that are linked with sharing the message of clean air to the communities. And then we also have village health and nutrition days that are regularly conducted in each village, and ensuring clean air and clean atmosphere, use of clean fuel in the households are some of the messages that are part of the VHSNDs. And then this message is also part of the health melas that are conducted both at the facility and at the community level. Next slide. So in terms of the response, yeah, next slide. Platforms play a major role. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, in terms of the response, so once the risk assessment is done by the ASHAs, and then general awareness among the community, both individuals, families, and communities are undertaken by the health teams. Response is predominantly, addressed by the third tier institution, which is Panchayat Raj institutions. So VHSNCs make a line list of households which have not received the key government schemes. So which also includes the households which use, kacha fuel, so clean fuel. So once the line list is prepared by the VHSNC, that will be communicated to the Panchayat Raj, the Gram Panchayat, and the urban local body in the urban areas. Then the Panchayat Raj, the Gram Panchayat and the urban local bodies will ensure that those households which have to, receive the gas stoves, or if there is smoking at home, or public smoking. So these issues will be resolved through the local resolutions that will be passed by the Panchayat, both in urban and rural areas. And then as part of, addressing clean air, there are other mechanisms. One of the important other mechanism is the Swasth Sarvatra initiative, which involves, promoting open air defecation free villages in their blocks after the Kayakal is awarded to the PHCs. So this involves building the capacity of the primary healthcare teams on WASH and the communities, and how they can, keep their facilities, WASH compliant. And then in the communities, behavior change communication is also undertaken. And then as part of the regulatory interventions, so as you know, NQA system is already there, and even the health and wellness centers are also included in the NQA system, and the infection control systems standards are also integrated into the system, especially cross ventilation of the facilities, infection control measures and all that, and of course biomedical waste management. So these are the other mechanisms where the air quality is addressed through the primary healthcare system. So now, having actually told about these things as a way forward, I think there is need for going further and then taking this air pollution as an important risk factor even by the primary healthcare system. So there is need for a proactive screening of all the households by the health teams, and then addressing like multiple measures can actually be considered by the primary healthcare systems to be catalyzed, to be done through the Panchayat Raj institutions, both in urban and rural areas. Some of the initiatives could be like promoting a green belt in their jurisdiction, ensuring that the vehicles in their jurisdiction actually are, emission free. They're compliant to the emission standards. And then, of course, passing local resolutions to ensure the environment is tobacco free, plastic free, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. It's time is a little late, but we know that ASA's platform is quite important, in integrating the program, and it's reaching to the, the purpose of the program to the, the people. We know that. We need to work more on that. We will, now it's more of a, panelist types. I would like to call upon Dr. Arvind Kumar. He is the, founding trustee for this Lung Care Foundation. He is a well-known, sales thoracic surgeon. He has been, engaging, in the public health areas, in terms of this air pollution and health issues, but he is leading in doctors for Clean Air Conclave and all, and he has been campaigning in, engaging with the medical association. Sir, we would like to hear something especially from you, in your experiences in how, or this program also can benefit through your how this campaign and all. Over to you, Arvind, sir.
Okay, respected Dr. Akash Srivastav, Dr. Rameshwar, distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. My thanks to Dr. Akash and Dr. Rameshwar for this kind opportunity. And the task assigned to me is to discuss with you the role of doctors in increasing the awareness about health pollution. Dr. Rameshwar, can you enable the slide sharing so that I can just show some slides? Sure. It's disabled.
Disabled? Oh, okay. Sorry. I will do that.
So, as far as air pollution is concerned, one of the reasons why it has not yet caught the imagination of people and not yet impacted the thinking of people in a serious way that it should have, and the reason is that it has somehow been presented to people as an environmental issue, as a chemical issue, like that. The main issue is that whether it is an environmental issue or it is a chemical issue, ultimately it leads to damage to organs, and from head to toe, every organ of the body is impacted by the health effects of air pollution. And ultimately, the reason why all of us need to talk about air pollution is not because there are some chemicals involved, but the reason is that those chemicals are affecting us. They are causing disease, they are causing disability, they are causing mortality. And if we don't take adequate measures in time, I dare say that it is an existential threat to mankind, because our coming generations are going to be affected even before they are born. So it's a serious health issue. And since it's a health issue, a thought comes to your mind
that if an issue is to be presented to people as a health issue, who is the best person to do that? Now, what qualification should that person have? Number one, that person himself should be motivated enough to be able to convincingly talk to people. One, he should be having the knowledge, and two, he should be respected enough in the community for people to listen to him. Now, coming to first part, we, the doctors, are every day in our practice seeing the impact of air pollution, and therefore we are seeing the damage, disability, premature death, colossal damage to the GDP it is causing. We are seeing it every day. So we are motivated enough because of the pain that we are seeing to talk about this issue to people. So we are motivated. That's number one. Number two, if I talk to a patient, suppose patient walks into my OPD and he says, doc, I've got this chest problem. I'm having persistent cough. Every morning when I get up, I have soreness in my throat, etc., etc. And I tell him that it's all because you are living in a polluted area, breathing dirty, toxic air. That's the cause. He's likely to listen to me. Oh, yes, okay. And then if I show him some data and discuss with him, tell him, inform him that it's the air pollution which is causing these problems. And as Dr. Akash recently in one of the meetings, and Dr. Rameshwar very effectively suggested to me that ideally in every hospital, when patients are coming in, there should be column in the outdoor prescription paper of every doctor for every patient. Is this disease somewhere linked to or impacted by air pollution? Once you do that, we are in the best position to do that. Dr. Rameshwar, will I be able to share the slide? No.
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
No, it still says disabled participant screen sharing. Anyway, let's leave it. I'll continue like this only. No problem. So ladies and gentlemen, doctors are motivated because of the trauma because of the impact of air pollution they are seeing, and they are in a position to influence people. So I say that doctors are a motivator group to talk to people about the impact of air pollution. And that is why under Lung Care Foundation in 2018, we launched a group called Doctors for Clean Air, which is a totally apolitical NGO-like group of passionate doctors who feel concerned about it and are motivated enough to spend some time about it. The only qualification is you should be a doctor from any discipline, any specialty, homeopathy, Ayurveda, anything. If you want to contribute to this cause, just come and join. We started at the center. We are now spreading to different states. We are spreading to different cities. And the aim is very simple. Reach out to schools, reach out to RWAs, reach out to civil society, reach out to journalists, reach out to influential people, policy makers, ministry people, government people, pollution control board, and just give them credible, proved data about health impacts of air pollution. One point I would like to share, no, not many people are aware that pollution starts impacting you even before you enter this world. Now there is data that when a pregnant lady breathes toxic air, the pollutants go into her lung, go into her blood, pass the placenta, and affect the growing fetus. If it's the first trimester, they can have congenital defects. They can even have abortion. If it's later on, intrauterine growth retardation, intrauterine death, premature pregnancy, preterm delivery, and lot of perinatal problem. All these are now proved fact. And it started with a very landmark paper from a hospital in New York, where they studied the cord blood of 500 consecutive deliveries for various kinds of toxins, and found that in a large percentage of those ladies who were coming from polluted areas, there were over 100 different toxins which were present and detected in the cord blood. So this association is already proved. Now, if these points are conveyed to the people that tackling air pollution today is not a matter of choice. No, if you love your future generation, if you want your future generation to be safe, healthy, and grow to their full potential, you have no choice but to do anything and everything that needs to be done to tackle the problem of air pollution. Friends, when we had problem of water not being clean, we resorted to a private solution. We started carrying water in our bottles. When there was problem of electricity, we resorted to a private solution. We started putting all those devices in our houses. But when it comes to air, please remember, there cannot be a private solution to this public problem. Can you carry your air all the time? Can you carry a bottle of air or a bag of air, and I go to a market, I say, oh, the air is very dirty there. I'm going to carry my air and I'm going to have to. No. If that was possible, thousands of people would not have died in Bhopal. Another thing is, when it's food which is polluted or poisonous, you can be without food for 1 week and survive. You can be without water for 1 week and survive, but you cannot survive without breathing for more than 2 minutes. And therefore, friends, there is an urgent need for everyone in the country to, number one, understand that air pollution is a serious health threat to mankind, number one. Number two, the sources are known, and acting to reduce or remove the sources is the only solution. Letting those sources pollute the air and then talking of cleaning the polluted air is not the solution. Number three, there is no private solution to this problem. It's a public problem. Air is a continuous shed, and therefore solving it at source is the only issue. And last point, when it comes to conveying this information to people, I feel we, all of us, the doctors, have a very important role to play. And I take this opportunity provided by Dr. Akash and Dr. Rameshwar to appeal to all of you, friends, to spare some time every day. Every time you see a patient in the OPD, talk about air pollution. Every time you go to social gathering, talk about pollution. If we, all of us, keep talking about air pollution, I'm sure we'll be able to start a mini revolution amongst people. And if the people become aware, if they are become awakened, they will be willing to take the actions along with the government. Those need to be taken to tackle the problem of air pollution, which is not a matter of choice, which has to be done if we want to have a safe future for our children. And I think we owe this to our children. Thank you very much for your precious time. I'll stop here, Dr. Rameshwar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your passionate, focus and and message to our colleagues, basically, the doctor to a doctor, basically, doctor to doctors, because doctors are asking, what air pollution is that I have to do. You have answered, I think, many of the things, from the humanity aspect, from the scientific aspect, So what they have to do on the ground. I think that is wonderful, sir, message that has gone to the doctors, and I think the doctors who are listening on the day, must be realize that this is really important issue at the moment. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let us hear from the Manjit Singh regarding about the WHO's aspects on this. Manjit ji, kindly be brief on this.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Dr. Rameshwar?
Yes, I can hear you. And Lars,
okay. So my job has been made much simpler, from with the earlier speakers. I've already spoken about this. Just giving you a WHO perspective, and also the reason I'm starting with this slide of the air pollution as a history is that even though we are celebrating only the 3rd International Clean Air Day, but the issue is not that recent. Although we may have been hearing it from since last few years, but then the issue has existed from prehistoric times. And what we heard Dr. Sumita Ghosh talking about, okay, the population was less, the pressures were less, and therefore it was not in notice. But then even during ancient Rome times as well, this pollution existed, the problem existed from the 18th century. And even in the technical documents of WHO, this particular problem has kind of emerged right from 1958, where kind of this particular report, the 5th report on the Expert Committee on Environmental Sanitation, talked about air pollution and its unusual concentration has caused sickness and death. And the committee notes that the human exposure to levels of air pollutants may also be harmful to death. So it's not something which has only there for the last 5 years, but something which has existed for 60 to 70 years, even in the technical documents, and there is a lot of evidence kind of around it. As I think very rightly, it has already been put by Dr. Arvind, that it's not only the lungs, air pollution affects each and every organ of the body, be it your kind of right from the brain to even the premature birth, and even when the child, before even coming to this world, gets affected, as what Dr. Arvind has kind of very nicely put. I'll not kind of go into the details. Again, reiterating the fact that it's not only the lungs which get affected, it's one of the main NCD risks now. It has been added as the risk in kind of combination with the unhealthy diet, the tobacco, harmful use of alcohol, and physical activity. Air pollution becomes one of the risk factors for these 5 main NCD diseases, which we see over here in the image. So as we know that the burden is shifting, so that way it becomes all the more important. And also just kind of maybe in 10 seconds, what I would like to say, we have heard from many of the speakers earlier about 7 million deaths globally and kind of a lot of mortality figures. But what out here with this pyramid I'm kind of talking about is, the symptoms and the magnitude of the health effects of air pollution can be represented in this kind of a pyramid structure, which I have put. And premature death is only at the top. It's not that everybody is dying, but then it's only at that particular, the tip of the iceberg, which we are talking about 7 million. But the health effects when we are talking about are much, much, much larger. So less frequent and more severe health outcomes are on top, like the death. But as the effects are less severe, they are placed down in the pyramid in such a way that air pollution effects kind of range from death to clinical effects, and the less severe effects are experienced by a larger population, a larger proportion of the population. So what we may kind of even when 7 million, we are talking about the tip over there. So if we are talking about the subclinical effects and the impaired lung functions, I think the population which is affected is kind of very, very large. And here, when we see kind of a continuum between exposure and disease, so once the individual kind of has contact with a specific concentration of the pollutant being in the environment, meaning that the individual is exposed, and effective dose is the amount of the substance that which interacts with the target over an interval of time to produce that harm or illness. So from that exposure to the effective dose and how the whole harm and illness kind of percolate, this is the whole continuum, and therefore there is no safe threshold of no negative health effect. So whatever small the amount may be, it would go and interact, and therefore there is no kind of threshold. But still, as I think what the main task of WHO is to kind of talk about the normative guidance and the development of global guidelines, ensuring this appropriate use of evidence represents one of the core functions. And what we have been doing so right from 1958, as what I showed that document, to the earlier kind of WHO air quality guidelines, and then the WHO guidelines for indoor air quality, and then how the member states kind of took the resolution of acting on it, and the first global conference which was held in 2018, and a very recent revision of those air quality guidelines which have kind of which have revised these guidelines. And let me kind of very quickly share what is new in these guidelines. So from the 2005 global update, there has been a marked increase in the quality and the quantity of evidence that shows how air pollution affects different aspects of health. Even in India, when we talk about, a lot of monitoring is now taking place. There are a lot of cities which are monitoring. So there is certainly the quality of evidence and the confidence with which we can kind of talk about it is much kind of larger now, and therefore there is kind of more appropriateness and more confidence in saying, okay, this is the health effect which is kind of coming. So there are also now clearer insights about sources of emissions and the contribution of air pollutant to the global burden of disease. And for that reason, after a systematic review of the accumulated gas, several of the updated AQG levels are now much, much lower than what existed in 15 years ago, than this particular kind of image shows over there. And if I kind of go on a bit in detail as to what is the AQG level, and again when we say, okay, 5 microgram per nanometer cube. We are not talking about 5 microns as, okay, there may be some countries which may would like to achieve, but then this has to be a progressive realization. You cannot, a country which has high pollution loads cannot overnight change to set a target of 5 micrograms. They are kind of no. So you need to have a progressive, and therefore these interim targets help a country achieve its kind of no target and its journey towards that particular level. And somewhere in India, when we look at India as of 2009 kind of no standards, we have the PM 2.5 annual is 40 microgram, which is around in the IT1 itself. The PM 2.5 24-hour target is 60 microns. So somewhere we are at IT1, but we need to kind of move gradually towards making the standard stringent. And therefore, I think with MOFCC and MOHFW need to kind of work towards this to make the standard, so that the cities are able to are motivated to kind of achieve these targets. So what these kind of AQGs are certainly used, as I said, the AQGs are the air quality guidelines are an evidence-informed tool for decision making to guide certainly legislation and policies, and that's how the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Health can kind of help them to reduce the levels of air pollutant and decrease the health burden which results from air pollution. It's certainly to stimulate research, as I think where we already have a lot of eminent research scientists. Dr. Kalpana has already spoken. We have Dr. Sangnik and Dr. Harshal as well. So this kind of acts as an evidence-informed tool, so that air pollution and researchers and academics can use it to help identify the critical gaps that future research agendas could address to better protect the population from the harmful effects. And then for climate action, and that's what the additional secretary kind of clearly pointed it out, that almost all the efforts to improve air quality can enhance the climate change mitigation, and the climate change mitigation efforts in turn improve air quality. So that's like kind of a vice versa situation, that if you kind of invest in air quality, your country's kind of targets of the climate change mitigation are also kind of going to achieve. So notably, whether it's a reduction of the phase out of fossil fuel, the biomass fuel combustion certainly will also reduce the greenhouse gases emissions, and as well as the relevant, the health relevant air pollutants as well. So by promoting that environmental sustainability hand in hand with public health protection, we can certainly make these kind of large step towards mitigating climate change and what we are talking about to achieve ultimately the sustainable development goals as well. So how we can kind of do, we certainly do not have to kind of only wait at the systemic level. I think Dr. Arvind has very clearly said that there is a very clear role of the health professionals. I will not go into much of detail, but again, even when we talk about the role of the health professionals, it's in a pyramid structure where there a micro role is certainly at to kind of counsel patients, but the health sector also has to take at the role at a meso level and even at a macro level, where at a meso level, we have to be advocates to the community to adhere to, the actions which this particular slide mentions. And at the policy level, also the health professionals have to kind of engage with the policy makers to make policies which are kind of which help us to achieve those targets. So at an individual level, certainly we need to act for a clean air, and how we can certainly do that. The actions are maybe outside the health sector, but again, that's the whole kind of point of making this multi-sectoral coordination and action to kind of move forward, whether we are using the public transport or we are using cleaner fuels, not doing an open burning of your garbage or also of the agricultural residues, carrying your own shopping bag. These are very simple solutions, but again, they kind of help you contribute to that particular target of achieving healthier air. And I think as some of the speakers have very passionately put, that they also help us to kind of give a better air for our coming generation, so that they can kind of have a kind of a healthier tomorrow. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I would stop here. Over to you, Dr. Rameshwaran. Sorry for this very quick, but I think we are running very, very late, so I just wanted to save some time. Dr. Rameshwar, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Majidji. You have given different perspectives into the today's discussion. That's another role. Simple tasks solutions. Harshal, I think we have 3 speakers now. Harshal is there, then Ravindra Kewal is there, then I think Sagnik De. So where is Sagnik De? So Harshal, I think you may start. Your this one. How that area of these subjects and how this can be supporting the program also, because I know that you're working on the research area very much enthusiastically. So kindly.
Thank you, Dr. Rameshwar, and thank you to all organizing team for this national level webinar.
Harshal, sorry, please be brief. Okay, time is but to put it to the point.
Bilkul brief. So thank you so
much. Right.
And we already discussed about
Yes,
Department of Research and importance of research in this. So what I will going to focus about the partnership and collaboration for advancing air pollution health effect research. We all are aware that people are working, one from the exposure side, they are working on air quality, and on the health side, they are working on the health outcome. So this is a time which is important to bring them together, build a partnership and collaboration. I will just give you one case study of the CAFR, which is the AIIMS IIT Delhi collaborations, where we are building a partnership of research institutions, early career researchers for collaborative research proposals for filling a critical evidence gap. And also we are conducting capacity building exercises, programs targeted at early career researchers. These are on the both sides, from the health side as well as from the exposure sides. So this is the structure of the CAFR. The secretariat is at the AIIMS New Delhi. At Center for Community Medicine, we have steering committee members. So all experts from air quality, epidemiology, statistics, from demography are part of the steering committee member, and they are guiding us for taking CAFR activities on time-to-time basis. This is again, as I said, AIIMS and IIT collaborative. So we have Dr. Sagnik Dey, who is working closely with us on this initiative. So these are the four working areas for CAFR: capacity building, research supporting, network building. Currently, we have a network of more than 180 members from various institutes across the country. And we also aim to develop advocacy and research communication. CAFR India launched by Director AIIMS and IIT on 21st October 2021. After that, we have conducted two capacity building workshops, one in October, one in May this year, which was attended by 30 to 50 early career researchers who were trained in air quality management, air quality data analysis, also the health outcome assessment, health designing designing air pollution health effect studies. And outcome of this workshop, we have 5 working groups which are working together. As advocacy and the training, we have CAFR webinar series. Every month we are conducting the webinar involving the researchers who are working in this field. So these are our priority working groups, which currently our researchers under the CAFR India are working. One is on the child health, maternal health, communicable diseases, and chronic diseases, and last one on improving interventions or accountability or effectiveness study. So 2 of the proposals are submitted for funding. Other, we are developing the proposals for funding. So today on International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, the Air Health Bulletin was launched, which is a newsletter of CAFR India by the Director AIIMS. And this is a website we have for CAFR India, which can be used for getting a bibliography for air pollution health effect research in India. And what we want to achieve is a collaborative research proposal, capacity building of early career researchers, and workshops in advancing health research in India, and also dedicated interactive knowledge network of academicians, researchers working on air pollution and health. So multidisciplinary collaboration, again, this is very important and the key for taking research agenda forward. Anyone who are working in this area can join and the CAFR India, and we have Twitter handle and email. Another case study of joint collaboration AIIMS and IIT, which is a Delhi Cluster Research Implementation Innovation Drive project, which is funded for scientific advisor. It has 2 components: engagement with farmers and benefit from interventions. So we have discussed the farmers in the Haryana and discussed their issues related to the parali burning, and we identified facilitators and barriers. So the publication of it is in the peer review. This is a relationship of exposure and OPD consultation. We have some publication related to the IPDs, but this is the first time we are sort of able to establish OPD consultations for COPD, asthma, and cardiovascular diseases. So we have found a significant relationship between OPD consultations and exposure. The exposure was assessed using a satellite information with the help of Sagnik Dey. And again, this is important of DRIVE project, where the accountability related evidence compilation we did. So what works, what doesn't work, the community-based intervention and household level interventions, how this is effective, that kind of evidence assessment be done. And this paper is under drafting stage. Another AIIMS IIT Delhi collaboration is from mortality estimation due to PM 2.5. Again, this study we did in our field practice area of AIIMS Delhi in Ballabgarh with 100,000 population data for last 10 years. So this is again, this gives you an opportunity for all medical colleges involvement. This is for the program recommendations involving the all medical colleges which has a community medicine department and field practice area that can use to generate a local evidence, because local evidence is critical so that that can fit into the policies and the national level estimates. So these are a few newer opportunity for research. There is a lot of research going on at international level with diabetes mellitus and ambient air pollution that can be taken as a newer research under the program. We also did a meta-analysis on mental issues related with the air pollution, which was presented in international conference. So this is again a newer area for research for young career researchers, and also can be taken up in the program. These are the other common opportunities for researchers for linking cancers and particulate matter, cognitive outcomes among children, and newborn outcomes, as well as accountability studies. What works, what doesn't work. Because we know in the fair confidence level that it is causing a health outcome. But what is working to reduce the health outcome that we really need to do, be it Ujjwala Yojana, be it air purifier, be it N95 mask, or smoke tower for that matter. We really need to conduct a robust scientific multidisciplinary collaborative research to prove the efficacy of these interventions. For the national program for climate change and community health, we are engaging with NCDC with the help of Dr. Rameshwar and the NCDC team. So there is an opportunity for the program as far as the research are concerned, engagement with the institution. As I said, institutions provide a sustainability, continuity, and technical input. So the program can engage with the institution. Program has a center of excellence related to the air pollution, but again, at the local level, regional level, the engagement with the institution can be done. State level action plan, we were involved, and now the time has come to materialize to implement the state level action plan. The robust, having the robust monitoring mechanism and feedback can be sought. The training modules for district level and the state level officers and other health functionaries, it is in the process of development. And now time has come ki next 6 months or so, we really need to scale up this training of district nodal officers, because they are the people who are on the ground, who take action on the basis of action plan, and who are responsible for the health of the people. Another most important thing is evidence-based advisories and IEC material. Advisories for the community, for the functionaries. This is very critical. What should be done at what level of air pollution? What should be done in the terms of emergency? The clear-cut advisories needs to be taken out. I think the program provides a good scope for that. And then this is another opportunity for program to pitch in. Then intervention for behavior change communication. We have conducted one study in Delhi NCR regarding the use of masks related to air pollution, but what we have found, and mask and the this air pollution monitoring applications. So what we found as very poor result in terms of using the applications. So under NPCCH, the health functionary, the system can be utilized for sort of advertising this air quality management or air quality monitoring applications, as well as IEC material, what should be done at what level that can be done. So these are, I think, these are the opportunities for the program, which can be taken up by the program and NCDC subsequently. And we are ready to collaborate with the NCDC in various their activities. So this is how you can join CAFR India. There's a Twitter handle, there's an email you can drop. So definitely teamwork is required. Both, we really need to work in the team, the exposure scientists, the program people, the policymakers, and the health scientists and the academician at the institute level to achieve, to realize the aim of clean air for the blue sky we want. Thank you so much. I'm happy
Thank
to
you, Dr. Harshal, very much. See, I have seen, you have done a lot of things. So I would like to request two, three things. One is that, whenever you take any steps now, please, the program also be involved, because program is the one which is, implementing all these structures in the country, right? If the program is not aware, things will be very difficult. So, and another thing that I have seen good about is that intervention measures in the number 5, where you have not yet financially listened, but you have mentioned in the systemic review about, on these EI purifiers and all, which are very much required at the present moment. If you can have, this, what to say, a very evident, Indian settings, this research, type of things given to us, that will be, we can give the message to the people, right? So not only that, our senior officials will be asking all these things, the evidence and all. So kindly, make us involved in that in every step that you have. We will also give our, these inputs to you, and this will be helping, to you also.
Dr. Rameshwar, you are aware on various aspects. So definitely on research also, we are going to work together. I really, Dr. Sagnik Day, who is our friend, colleague, and partner in this venture of KEFR, and all other activities we are doing in collaboration with IIT Delhi. Thank you so much.
Kindly let NPCCH also involved in that, so that we will also,
I also like to
inform to the others, right? We can do that.
I like to invite all the attendees of this webinar to join KEFR India Network, so that you can get informed with the KEFR India activity. Right. Definitely will involve you, the NCDC and the program officers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are two, Sagnik Day is also about to leave, from the airport. I don't know whether he's there or not. Sagnik sir, are you there? I don't know exactly. I think
I am here. I am here.
Sir, be concise and say something for the good of your things for the program.
Yeah, sure. 5 minutes I will take. Yeah. First of all, I just apologize to Dr. Khaiwal, who was slated before me. So I will talk about how we can use satellite data in health impact assessment, and I think already Professor Kalpana has mentioned about the role of satellite data. So very quickly, a couple of points I want to mention today. One is that how do we actually derive information about PM 2.5 or any other pollutant? Particularly for PM 2.5, step one is that satellites, they provide routine measurements of a columnar quantity called AOD. We convert this to surface PM 2.5. Now this conversion using some scaling factor needs to be calibrated for local applications. And if you do not calibrate, there will be big uncertainties in the derived PM 2.5 values. Second important point is that the satellites measure at a particular time of the day. So to make it 24-hour representative, we need to again convert this instantaneous PM 2.5 to 24-hour. And then basically you have actually a daily product which can be used for multiple applications, which Professor Kalpana was mentioning. We have done this evaluation very carefully and then have the data. The other important point is that when you convert AOD data to PM 2.5, this aerosol measurement by satellite itself has large gaps. Satellites cannot measure aerosol optical depth when there is a cloud. Now, when there is a cloud or when it is raining, this is the time actually when the pollution level also goes down. It means that if you are building exposure data from satellite, and if you are not adjusting for those missing days of observations, you will end up overestimating the exposure. And what we have done is that the data that we put for India, you can see that if you don't do this adjustment, that is the unfilled PM 2.5 versus filled, how much actually your exposure is changing. So filled minus unfilled, you see actually, that means that your exposure is actually lower if you actually fill the data gap. And this is very important because then otherwise all the health burden and everything will be overestimated. Let me skip this. Professor Kalpana has already mentioned. So this is showing that the satellite is able to capture very nice. And then using this sort of data, you can do cross-sectional studies, you can do time series studies, you can do retrospective cohorts. This is just one example where you use this data along with NFHS to show, and then also to show that how much the prolonged exposure to air pollution impacts or increases the risk of anemia. And not only that, what we have done is that we have also then using the response function showed that what is the benefit when actually India meets certain clean air targets. And please read this paper. In the interest of time, I'm skipping it. But essentially, the message is that yes, there is a big benefit. But then you can also claim that these are the India-specific dose response function for certain diseases. And then just to mention that for many other diseases, we are working with Dr. Harshal and many other people who are also participating today. Also, now we are sort of moving beyond PM 2.5 and started talking about the sector, species and all. This is the time series study done where we have shown that there are differential association, particularly the black carbon or secondary particulate are more toxic compared to some of the other. Here you can see actually that the exposure to different individual species is very different. And now integrating satellite with models, we are providing exposure data not just for total PM, but also for sectoral as well as individual species. Finally, what I believe is that we can potentially integrate satellite data with the measurements undertaken under these different cohorts. I think Professor Kalpana was also mentioning this, and eventually develop or reconstruct exposure. And that will allow us actually to do retrospective analysis, particularly tapping into the huge amount of health data generated by these cohorts. Finally, because now we are mapping PM 2.5 and we are also starting PM 10 at Delhi scale for the entire country, I think this is what I was discussing with Dr. Rameshwar and others at NCDC, that we can start now at health surveillance system. So every day we can provide the exposure data at any location in India. If there are health data available, at least at very simple level, we can see that when the pollution is picking up, is there an increase in the, let's say patient reporting for respiratory disease and something else. For certain city, we have very high resolution data. So we can also do this at a local scale as well. We are now moving towards hourly PM 2.5, different new products, and also now we have NO2 exposure data. This is just the figure produced today. And you can see that this is the NO2 exposure, very high resolution. And again, now we can actually do a multi-pollutant analysis that on top of PM 2.5, we can think of bringing NO2, and very soon we'll come up with ozone. So with this, Dr. Harshal already mentioned about CAFR. So with that, I think I end my presentation. Thank you.
Sir, I see the opportunities and the good thing in the coming. We would like to capture that one and for the purpose of the program, that we can discuss more and let us do on that work, I think.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. We wish you very good thing. So last of all, Kaiwal, Dr. Kaiwal, I'm really sorry that you are the last one to speak on this. Dr. Kaiwal, you are mute. Kindly unmute and start.
Are you able to see my presentation and hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you both.
Thank you. So let me first thank you actually, and all those who are still there in the session. Basically, we are celebrating this clean air day, or you can say for blue sky. We know that in India, we have been focusing on value and belief. And I hope you remember on 11th of September, 363 people give their life just to preserve some trees in, you can say, near Jodhpur place. And she's Amrita Devi Bisnoi, who led this campaign. Why? We see always problem. Why don't we see that as an opportunity and we become the part of the solution? This is what I'm going to talk about today. When we say problem, basically problem is there. You will ask everybody, oh, what is the problem? They will not able to tell you, yes, what is the contribution? you will see that what was submitted to the court. They were saying it is 70%, someone was saying 25% because of the crop residue burning. Similar way, source apportionment are giving different results. And then we don't have the health evidence, or the evidence which we have, they are very weak. And then you need to make this soup and policy and planning, which make a challenge. Another thing is that we all are scientists, professionals, doctors, and we see the problem from our own perspective. We think and we know that we know everything, but we need to sometimes sit down with a common man that how do you understand and how do you see this problem, and need to work accordingly. Like we will say air pollution is killing 7 million people, or every 1 death out of 9. And I have also done some work here in showing that, oh, it's related with the, you can say, various health risks as highlighted by Dr. I can say Kumar and many other speakers, Dr. Balakrishnan, but what does it matter? You can see here, when I ask the population here in Fatehgarh Sahib area or in Punjab Haryana, they say, sir, thoda sa saans lene mein dikkat hoti hai, means they feel difficulty in breathing, and they say there might be some lung issue or watery eyes. That is it for them, air pollution. So are we giving the message which we are talking about? Oh, it is responsible for ischemic heart disease or a stroke, and this is the major risk basically it is posing. No, because we all are doing our research and development, the government is doing their policy formulation, but the public is also aware, but there is somewhere a link is missing. Basically, we are not understanding what the community needs. Because talking about this risk, or you will have 1 in 9 death, or this is going to have even exposure before you take birth, all these will remain challenging because expert knowledge is not public understanding. Public perceive what is true in their own consequences, and we need to address that through community engagement. Because whenever you give a message, it has like a sender, receiver, then you have medium, and how it is said, how it is received. So there are so many, you can say, noises which can be there. So we need to talk in a simplest way to the community so that they become the part of the solution, because they are affected by it. So for whom we are making these policy and planning and then trying to deliver? The public. And we also understand that environment and lifestyle are connected, and then community need means to be addressed, having local norms, knowledge, and culture. One, you can say, umbrella cannot fit to all communities. We need to have local consideration in that, and so that we develop our local model for air pollution reduction and then to communicate with them. So this is how we say that people, social condition, economical condition, the culture, and the kind of environment is there, having that basically economy, you can say, also at a major, you can say, component, because you have to also show that it is affecting your health and also your economy. Basically, you could save more money for your home, for other things, if you minimize the air pollution. So somewhere there is a need to change these kind of perspective. One thing which I would also like to highlight is that when we say public, we say, oh, it is very complicated, either exposure response function, or you can say means many things. But if we communicate in simple terms, having outreach, consultation, involvement, and develop the leadership so that the approach become community driven, then we can make the solution. I would like to highlight here, like today, where several speakers were talking that they have like project like SANS, which shows that how through social, you can say, integration, means action to neutralize pneumonia, means they were able to generate awareness and early identification. We have seen malaria, means how it could be through community engagement we were able to minimize. And I also remember our Secretary Sir highlighting Sri Love Agrawal, means how we need to identify the vulnerable population. So we provide solution, means we need to consider the global agenda, having the local action basically. So our local actions should talk about the global thing, so that we have these, you can say, local model which are supported. And at the same time, we need to think about that we need to focus on elimination of air pollution sources. And that is also at where it originates, not along the way or at the personal level. They become cost, you can say, they become very cost, you can say, which a common man cannot afford. So that is why we need to focus on public, you can say, affordability based solution for the air pollution. Here, I would like to highlight, like other colleagues, we are working like ASA worker, A&M worker, we are building the rural capacity for the uptake of clean fuel, means to minimize crop residue burning, also for the waste management, and engaging community through citizen science approach. Dr. Dave is with us from this NASA project, and also having this interaction. So my work is based on this community base. Means we go to these communities, we discuss with them, and then we try to build the capacity and also the public engagement so that this complicated science reaches to the common man and also engaging the future generation. Because they will be the messenger of the, you can say, clean air. They will be the person who are more, you can say, serious and sincere for cleaning the air. And that is why we created some, you can say, awareness. These are the work which Dr. Rameswar was also showing. And you have also seen this booklet, which is just released by the member secretary and secretary for government of India, Sri Arvind Notialji. And this highlight basically how from just awareness is not enough, how through community engagement we can bring them for simple action. The another booklet, which was about air pollution and COVID-19, we are also giving 10-point agenda, like how you can minimize air pollution around a school, or how can you minimize cooking emission. So the first book is already out on the link which I shared, and another one is about to come within few days. We have also working through different media. We don't want to bore our children with so much reading about it. The new education policy talk about that you need to talk climate change, air pollution, and environmental sustainability. So we are developing, having a superhero Vayu, these comic, which are, we are open for the partnership with all states already. Haryana, Punjab, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh are working with us. So their disaster management department invited us, and not only this, basically we created many, you can say, from COVID, where our first comic was there on 9th of March. And the WHO released their guideline how to talk about COVID on 26th March. That shows the impact. And we were very grateful to the NCDC because only through them, these first two comics we were able to release on time. So what we need to think about or do, we need to build the community leadership for air quality and health. And of course, having all stakeholders as their technical partner. Like we are technical partner to the NCDC, and NCDC is technical partner to the state, and state is technical partner to the district. So we all need to think that we have to move from the IC to various other approaches for the community involvement. And each one, and need to tell them, it is that yes, the government need to take action through PMUI, through policy intervention, moving from BIS 4 to directly to 6 like this, or e-vehicle, providing non-motorized mode of transport, but each one of us can contribute for the cleaner air. And for this, basically, we have in our institution Care for Air, and where we are working with all medical professionals, you can say, and public and other stakeholders for cleaner air. So one thing here I would like to highlight, as highlighted by, you can say, stressed by Benjamin Franklin: tell me, I forget; teach me, I remember; involve me, I learn. With this, basically, we need to have a community approach for the betterment of the environment and to have a clean air for blue sky. Thank you very much. Once again, I am grateful to the NCDC and Ministry of Health, Dr. Rameswar, Dr. Akash Srivastava, Dr. Sujit Singh, and other colleagues for this invitation.
Thank you very much, Kaiwal, for such, work that you have been doing in the community. lots of things that you have been working, and you have been publishing many documents also, not only in air pollution, but also in COVID and all also.
Thank you.
That's a great thing. I mean, it's about a community approach, communities understanding, bringing communities, into the solution making part. Okay, I think we can work more on that. I think this will come to the end. And I think if somebody would like to say something, Achilles and all, because they have their hands up, so I brought up in this. So if any one of you kindly unmute, this Achilles Kumar Yadav, Paresh, all of you. अगर आप लोग अभी तक है तो kindly unmute and say a few words here. Is it okay? कोई किसी ने भी अगर बोलना चाहता है, kindly raise your hand. We would like to hear something from your side. Somebody is there. कोई है? If you'd like to,
Doctor, they cannot speak by themselves. They can only put in questions. They won't be able to unmute and talk because.
I have already asked them to unmute. They can do, no? They have done it. This Achilles has done. I asked to unmute and they have done it. And Achilles, are you there? No, I have brought them into the, this panelist, no, and if they can speak something, that's well and good. If anybody would like to, speak, okay. I think, we can do that. Let me see some. Achilles, are you there? Raghunath, okay. Raghunath, do you want to say something? Anybody? I have given unmute to all of you. I think, okay, we will wind up here if there's nobody. I think Akash sir is there. Akash, sir, are you there? Akash sir? Sir, yes, please unmute and I think sir is unmute. Sir, we cannot hear you. Not, we cannot hear you. I think you please stop and I think that will do.
Yes, Dr. Rameshwar, this is Dr. Kasindu from UP. So first of
because
all,
आपका ये खोल दीजिए, पहला आपका वीडियो खोल दीजिए, इसके बाद आप बोलिए इसके बाद.
Actually, I am sitting in a very low connectivity area. If you open the video, then my voice will crack.
All right, okay, ठीक है, kindly.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you. Thanks a lot for this beautiful presentation, and a lot of very useful insight have been gained during the course of this discussion. Secondly, I will request you that maybe we can, some of the states have taken some initial leads in implementation of the program. So over the course of next workshops, maybe you can invite some of the good performing states who have already taken some lead, who are already doing good in this particular program, for climate change and human health, so that we can learn from their experiences. Because I'm saying this because I have taken over recently, and I really need some practical insight into the implementation aspects. So that is my one suggestion.
Please come to Chhattisgarh 28-29. You will learn, we will see a lot of these states and you can learn a lot of things. All the state will be showcasing all that. Please come there. 28-29 Chhattisgarh to one day field visit, one day symposium, interaction, full interaction.
Okay, thank you.
You will see live the air pollution and health activities under the program. What they have done, surveillance, IECs, any models, that you can see because you are new to the programs, right?
Right. Okay.
Please come there.
Okay.
Please attend. सर आकाश सर आप आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सर आपका. Please stop and I think आपका गाड़ी रुक जाइए. I think then I think you can do that. If still anybody would like to say, you can come in. Because listening from you is also very important. I like this. Parvin ko Kanwar kon hai? Parag Debroy, who are there? All right, I think Akash sir has no proper sound connectivity to the. Akhilesh, are you there? Do you want to say something, Akhilesh Kumar Yadav? All right. I think we will wind up here. Today's this webinar at the national level was conducted, bringing from different these sectors, different from the ministries, from the this Ministry of Environment, from the CPCB side, the National Health Mission, this national health programs are there who are working on the these health issues, which we feel that they are attributed due to this this air pollution. So because of them, now we are getting a lot of this information from them, and we have exchanges or experiences in the information that we can do one another. The program will be making a report. We will try to share all this thing to all of you. As a report also, as the PPTs that we have received also, we'll try to receive the other the PPTs that they have presented, and this may be shared to the states. This may your district officials and whoever this connected to the in the states and all. We'll try to share all these things, the recordings and all. So please, sir, are you there? Can you speak something, sir? Are you there? आवाज नहीं आ रहा था आपका.
अब आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
हाँ, अभी आ रहा है.
Okay, but I think it's almost wrapped up, and I'm thankful for all the people who attended the webinar, the esteemed speakers who provided their time to speak on this valuable, important subject. For the audience, I think most of them are the program officers in the program of climate change or non-communicable diseases or child health or others. The major messages have been provided by the speakers, and I'm very sure you would have understood. From the perspective of the program, there are certain issues that have been listed in each of the program related to air pollution. It's requested by the program officers to understand that this is now probably the most important risk factor which will affect the non-communicable diseases in the population. It's high time that we, the professionals who work in the health sector, recognize this and bring it on the platform. Some of the speakers identified during the talk that doctors still continue to write and understand the risk factors that they were taught in medical colleges as the ones relevant for non-communicable diseases. With the new evidence available, we need to understand that environmental risk factors have a more widespread and very high level magnitude effect, far more than the risk factors we have ever known. And so it is important to
connectivity नहीं हो रही.
The history notes regarding whether the patients are exposed to areas identified as air pollution areas or not is necessary as a new practice requirement, because that is how the evidence will be generated and the surveillance will be able to pick up the cases only if doctors recognize that air pollution is a risk factor for respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and cerebrovascular diseases in the country. And as program officers, we need to bring in place necessary measures to create awareness, to build the capacity, to contribute to the surveillance systems in place, and to take the message of early warnings, signs, and also taking the information related to the levels of exposures as has been provided in the presentations in the morning, so that the population, the health facilities know that the air pollution today is of a certain level, and necessary measures can happen. Prepare their air pollution related response plans, which is now going to be the part of the National Program Climate Change Human Health in the State Action Plan on Climate Change and Human Health, and various other measures that people have provided information about in the talks today. To take the actions at population level, take at actions at healthcare facility levels, at program office level, and all levels where we can influence in the benefit of the health of the people. So with that, I hand over to Dr. Rameshwar to give his final words and wrap up for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's, we have started at 2, now it's about to be 6. It's already crossed 6. They were interesting, these things, and I think the program officials must have, must have enriched, many of the informations that were discussed and exchanges today, and by sharing through the emails and all that undertakings that we have done, and I think that will also support in their more understandings in their reviews. Okay, thank you to all of you, the program officials who still, persist and who still stays here. And we believe that in the next, this 2-3 days, till up to 10th of this September, you will come out, with your awareness campaign in the states, districts, and areas, in a properly way, so that the people are benefited from today's, this awareness, nationwide awareness campaign that we have come together as a partner, all together under the program. Thank you once again to all of you. Thank you, Kaiwal. Thank you, whoever is here. And we believe
Thank you,
that we
Dr.
will work
Rameshwar, and the
together.
entire panel of learned speakers. Thanks all.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rameshwar. We know that how hard work you are doing to take this program to the new height. I remember 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock talking with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you.
Bye.
All right. We will wind up here. Thank you to all of you.